Good afternoon, everybody. We are live on the Brisbane severe thunderstorm situation with some strong storms currently moving into the Brisbane city area, and we've got a severe thunderstorm threat now for Brisbane itself. We've got plenty of other severe thunderstorms as well developing across southeast Queensland. This is going to be a big hour or multiple hours of live coverage rather, and we are expecting to be getting through all of the details on these severe thunderstorms as they happen. If you are brand new to my channel, of course, please do consider subscribing and also leave a like on the stream whilst you're at it. And if you haven't already as well, say hello in the super chat. That would be very, very much appreciated indeed. We're going to be tracking these storms. I'll be answering all of your questions as well in regards to these severe thunderstorms as they begin to develop. We're really expecting a few of these to get themselves going very, very shortly, and we are looking at some strong thunderstorm potential as well through southeastern Queensland. Really strong thunderstorm potential lying ahead over the next couple of hours. Just seeing if I can get the stream loaded up here, so bear with me for a hot second. There we go. Lots and lots going on with these severe thunderstorms so far already. Big severe thunderstorm afternoon it's going to be. We're very much interested in this severe thunderstorm here that's moving into the Brisbane area. It's currently located over the Samford Valley, but it has a separate severe thunderstorm warning out issued for it, and if we extrapolate its motion, it's actually expected to go right over into the Brisbane city area. It looks like it has weakened off a little bit in the last couple of frames, all things considered. It's not as strong, and if we go over to the webcam, you can see the webcam right now looking pretty juicy. I mean, the webcam itself is showing these low-level clouds now sweeping through into southeastern Queensland, and we've got a bit of a green tinge in the clouds here as these thunderstorms move in from this direction. It's honestly a pretty ominous picture through Brisbane and the Brisbane city area. Yeah, it's moving very, very quickly in. Very, very quickly. Lismore for potential supercell thunderstorms. Probably not for Lismore, but these are supercell thunderstorms moving into southeast Queensland right now. All of these thunderstorms basically dotting the southeast Queensland situation, minus this Brisbane one, which is now actually beginning to weaken off. Confirmed supercells. They've all got pretty significant rotation within them. Very impressive structures, and that's what we expected to see today. So this Brisbane one is weakening off a little bit. But the storms further out here, in particular our storm here around the Toowoomba area, that's moving off into, or maybe not into that direction. In fact, a lot of these storms here moving directly out towards the east, they're all supercellular in nature. Toowoomba's just got a pretty significant hit from a thunderstorm there. Further south, just going through Warwick right now, we've got a pretty intense thunderstorm moving down there. And you can actually see with our reflectivity over here, just outside of the Warwick area, there's some pretty intense rotation couplets through here, just outside of Yangon. I'm not sure if you can see, but there's some stark contrasts between the red and the green, which would indicate a stronger, potentially significant rotation couplet. How bad is this looking for the Brisbane area? Plenty of severe thunderstorm activity is forecast in the next couple of hours. Really talking about some significant severe thunderstorm potential in the next couple of hours, that's for sure. Yeah, supercell thunderstorms, they can be really, really strong. They can be insane, that's for sure. And I mean, right on with what our forecast was suggesting, we're seeing a lot of these thunderstorms now beginning to develop in this part of Queensland here, including Toowoomba and Warwick. This lines up with this morning's forecast as well. And we've also got a separate, very dangerous severe thunderstorm warning out for this part of southeastern Queensland, or south central Queensland, actually around the Texas area, pushing north to just outside of Warwick. There are some very dangerous thunderstorms developing in this part of Queensland here, and yeah, obviously confirmed supercells in nature with some very obvious rotation couplets. And not to mention that, but we've got lots of rain developing out in this part of Queensland as well, around the Miles area, out around Chinchilla and Tara. High precipitation storm modes are the word out there. A lot of these storms are very high precipitation in nature. There's a lot of rainfall developing in these thunderstorms, in terms of, a lot of precipitation developing in these thunderstorms. 8 centimetre hailstones southwest of Texas. You know what, I kind of believe that. Just having a look at some of our radar imagery coming through here. Big rotation not rotation couplets, but big couplets here, and that would be this cell here between Texas and Yetman. 8 centimetre hailstones, that is destructive hail. That's massive in size. And if we have a look at the velocity, well, we've got velocity over there, but if we have a look at the correlation coefficient as well, if that loads in, Yeah, so normally when we start seeing blues, which is what we're seeing around the core of this storm here, that's when we're talking about big hailstones. Generally, or that's what I found. Big hailstones developing around the core of this storm. Wow, so some pretty intense precipitation developing here. Wow, so the Texas storm, that is a strong one. Massive hail. Yeah, so if there is 8 centimetre hailstones down here, which I honestly don't doubt, considering that this is our hotspot for supercell thunderstorms in the next hour or so, if there is supercell thunderstorms down here, they'll be dropping some giant hailstones. Texas, take cover now. Make sure you are inside away from these thunderstorms. If you do cop a direct hit, they're going to be really significant in nature. And as well, just like around the Toowoomba area, some pretty big thunderstorm activity through here. Yeah, just outside of the Toowoomba area, Toowoomba being right here, just towards the east of Toowoomba, out towards Helidon and Grantham, there's a bit of a hailstorm developing through here as well. And this would be pushing into the Gatton area very shortly. So Gatton as well in the next kind of 15 minutes, expecting some hail out there. And Highfields towards the north of Toowoomba as well, expecting some hail or some very heavy precipitation in the next 15-20 minutes or so as well. Potentially intense precipitation, yeah. And also we've got a lot of thunderstorms, big clusters of thunderstorms up towards the Sunshine Coast as well. North of Caboolture especially, or inland from Caboolture, we've got one thunderstorm moving over the Mount Mee area right now that's going to move into Caboolture shortly, and a supercell thunderstorm just outside of Beerwah here that's pushing out towards the east-northeast. And these thunderstorms here, both very, very strong, with multiple thunderstorms around them as well. And yeah, just down into the Brisbane area, whilst we are in the all clear right now for thunderstorms, you can see there is some pretty good precipitation now moving into the Brisbane area, out in the Samford Valley right now. Even though this thunderstorm out at Samford is beginning to drop off and it is beginning to weaken up a little bit, it's still rather strong, it's still rather punchy. There's definitely a little bit of hail in this thunderstorm here, small hail albeit, and it looks like it's going straight for Archfield as well. So I don't think Archfield or anyone in the path of this severe thunderstorm here has anything to be worried about, but there could be some small hailstones embedded with it. And if we take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning as well, it is separately severe thunderstorm warned. But I believe it's going to take a little bit more of a southeasterly track, bypassing the Brisbane CBD, maybe dropping a little bit of rainfall there, and moving in towards Archfield, just outside of Greenbank and Ipswich. But lots of thunderstorm activity. I reckon the next update that we see is going to have a line of severe thunderstorms developing in this area here, pushing into the Somerset and the Lockyer Valley, with some strong thunderstorm activity developing around the Toowoomba area as well. And of course we've got our Warwick storm. And I imagine we're going to see these storms down here. You can see this separate grey line here, parallel to the black line that I've just drawn. That's for very dangerous severe thunderstorms, which are now developing around the Texas area. 8mm in South Toowoomba. Nice stuff. Nice rainfall. And just the bigger picture for thunderstorm warnings through Queensland. Severe thunderstorm warning for damaging locally destructive winds, large, possibly giant hailstones and heavy rainfall for people in the southeast coast, including Brisbane and the Gold Coast, parts of the Central Highlands and Coalfields, Wide Bay and Burnett, Maranoa, Warrego, Darling Downs, Granite Belt, forecast districts. Oh, this doesn't include the Gold Coast, by the way. I apologise. And those very dangerous severe thunderstorms are only impacting Texas right now. And we've had an unconfirmed report of 8 centimetre hailstones just towards the southwest of Texas, which frankly I believe, considering the nature of these thunderstorms, frankly I've got no reason to doubt that. I'm just going to see if I can find a little bit of confirmation on that front. So bear with me a second. But it definitely doesn't surprise me if we're seeing those types of hailstones. Oh yeah, wow. So giant hailstones, 5 to 6 centimetres in diameter, have hit Moree, New South Wales, or just outside of Moree. No confirmed reports just yet. But yeah. These thunderstorms are very high precipitation in nature, so when we've got very high precipitation thunderstorms in nature, and I believe this radar is the best fit to show, intense precipitation is expected to occur in all of these thunderstorms, and you can see them beginning to develop along this line here, and also kind of developing along this line up here. They're developing in two kind of separate lines right now. So they upscale very quickly, and they develop into big lines of heavy rainfall, very similar to what we saw yesterday. Pelting down southwest of Toowoomba, yeah. Like I said, high precipitation storm modes, big rainfall. And that's the memo that we're seeing today. So we've got our storm here around Toowoomba. This is dropping some heavy rainfall just towards the northwest of Toowoomba as well. Heavy rainfall south of Toowoomba, outside of Clifton and Elora, heavy rainfall. And then this Warwick storm that's crossing in towards Killarney right now. A lot of lightning in this one too. And that's taken a bit of an oddball track so far as well. And of course, we've got our other thunderstorms, our weaker thunderstorms, dotting around the Sunshine Coast, Caboolture, Beerwah, with a supercell thunderstorm here outside of Yarraman. And we've got more high precipitation thunderstorms pushing in from the southwest of this screen as well, with very dangerous thunderstorms, as mentioned, around the Texas area, and a lot more thunderstorms developing in the wake as well. In fact, New South Wales right now has the strongest of the thunderstorms, similar to last weekend's, in all honesty. You can see reflectivity readings here are very high in some of these thunderstorms, particularly in this one towards the south of Tamworth, getting close to 65 or 66 decibels. But this is going to translate into big thunderstorms through the Queensland area later, and you can already see what's going to be coming through southeast Queensland later tonight. All of this squally upscaled stuff now beginning to develop out in towards central and western Queensland as well. Ben, thank you for the generous tip. Anything for Hervey Bay tonight? We will be looking at a little bit of rainfall later tonight up in the Hervey Bay area, and maybe some thunderstorm activity as well, but we're talking much later tonight into early tomorrow morning, and I don't think there'll be anything in the way of severe stuff as well, but definitely all of the action today through central Queensland and also through southeastern Queensland and south central Queensland, pushing over in towards northern New South Wales. That's where everything is going on today. The radar circle that we're seeing on some of our screens, that's nothing to be concerned about at all. Radar circles are just glitches in the radar. It's nothing wacky or science fiction or anything. It's just circles in the circles are just glitches on the radar. Nothing to be concerned about at all. Any update on the severe thunderstorm warning? It's probably about time that they give an update on the severe thunderstorm warning, particularly on the Brisbane situation as well. What's their next update due? Next update's due in about 15 minutes. No very dangerous thunderstorms yet in southeast Queensland. Blue skies appearing in Toowoomba now. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a story today, as we're just going to be seeing alternating severe thunderstorms with blue skies. A lot of action developing out in towards central Queensland now, so we're talking towards the northwest of Toowoomba. A lot of action there, and you can see it's a very stormy picture now through our thunderstorm alley. I do reckon the Gold Coast is going to see something in the next 2 hours. I definitely think that Gold Coast is going to see something soon-ish. Definitely a good chance. Do I have a Discord? No, I don't. I only got the YouTube page and the Facebook page. I would consider one later, but for now this is all that I can manage. Big cloudy in Ipswich. Can we get an update on how it might hit? Well, yeah, a lot of high cloud right now. We do have those thunderstorms, obviously, over the ranges here out around the Toowoomba area, and because of the steering flow, these storms are moving pretty much due to the east, if not a little bit towards the east-northeast, which will throw Ipswich in the firing line in probably about 45 minutes or so, but for now, there's no concern in the Ipswich area. And just back over to the radar here, at least on the latest frames, you can see Ipswich is with this yellow circle here, and our storms are all about 30 to 40 kilometres out towards the west at this point in time. I believe this is a bit of a better pen to draw with. Yeah, so all of our storms are out here around the Toowoomba and the Gatton area. But they are moving pretty much due towards the east, which is going to throw Lowood and Marburg especially in the firing line in about half an hour, and then eventually into the Samford Valley as well, and potentially Ipswich as well in about 45 minutes or so. And speaking of Ipswich, number one computer shop in Ipswich is our proud channel sponsor. Make sure you go and check them out and support those that support me. Number one computer shop in Ipswich has also just donated 5 channel memberships, so thank you very much for doing so. Yeah, still got some good thunderstorms up in towards the Glasshouse Mountains as well. They're just kind of clusters of big raindrop type stuff. Definitely reckon we're going to be seeing intermittent downpours in the next 30 minutes or so through parts of the Glasshouse Mountains. But apart from that, I don't expect anything too significant to be ongoing up there. Yeah, there's very likely that there'll be hail in the Ipswich area later today. Very, very likely that we're going to see hail in the Ipswich area. And just checking back in on the reflectivity and to see if we can see rotation. We do actually have a little bit of a rotation couplet outside of the Texas one. So this is probably our strongest storm right now in Australia. This is a very, very strong supercell thunderstorm in the Texas area. Really, really packing a punch, this one. I know it doesn't look like it on the radar imagery because, well, this radar imagery is just frankly terrible from this angle. But yeah, that Texas storm, that is throwing out some big hail, and it's throwing out some strong wind gusts as well. And we do have some other rotation couplets as well, including this one here just outside of Killarney, just outside of Warwick, with Warwick being right here. But I don't think that that's an overly concerning storm right now. And a rotation couplet here just outside of Gatton. This one here, I believe, is moving actually towards the Ipswich area. Quite a strong storm, this one. But again, these storms right now are definitely the warm-up towards later today. Thank you very much, Magic Big K, for the donation. High chance of the low on the northwestern coast to impact as a cyclone. If it does, how will it impact aviation? That's a good question. Quite a lot to unpack there. There is a tropical low developing across the Darwin area, just offshore from Darwin, and it's now looking pretty likely that that's going to develop into a tropical cyclone at some point. But it's too early to say exactly where it's going to be impacting and how strong it's going to be when it impacts the places that it will eventually impact. In other words, I don't know the answer to that. Bo Porter, thank you for becoming a channel sponsor. Yeah, a lot of live coverage coming today. Big, big day of live coverage just on these thunderstorms. Imagine we'll be going until late to get all of the information out there as these storms continue to unfold. And just checking back in on the Brisbane camera right now. Looks like we've got a little bit of rainfall now beginning to develop here over the Mount Nebo and the Wivenhoe Outlook area, but it has all in all gotten a little bit brighter, which means that this thunderstorm towards the north of Brisbane, this one right here, yeah, around the Mount Nebo area, which is pushing down, and it's going to clip Brisbane, but it's going to move into the Archerfield area. It's not that strong anymore. It really is not that strong at all. Looks like we've got a bit of a hail core developing now on this storm here outside of Clifton. Flick it onto the radar, you can see 61 decibels. That would be pushing into the small hail territory. And a lot of lightning now just outside of Gatton. So the storm developing there is quite strong. But also this one that's about to cross the ranges here is getting quite strong. And typically when we see thunderstorms reach kind of this area here, they go bananas. So this thunderstorm here has got about another 20 minutes of kind of festering and maturing to do. And then by the time it gets itself out towards Harrisville or Ipswich, it's likely to go bananas. Big lightning and massive thunder in Northmead. That will be the memo of today. There's going to be a lot of that everywhere through southeast Queensland. Thank you for the generous donation as well. Is 60 decibels plus always hail? Not always, but 9 times out of 10 we're talking hail. Definitely. Can I have a look at Parramatta when I'm free? Yeah, sure. Just diving down into the Sydney area right now. Got a good storm towards the north of Sydney and a couple of good thunderstorms now moving through the Penrith area, or at least into the southern areas of Penrith, and then this one here at Blacktown. These thunderstorms are tracking in this direction here, so basically all of Sydney's suburbs are going to be somewhat impacted by these thunderstorms. Sydney in about 20 minutes or so. That's actually quite a strong thunderstorm. I imagine that would have its own severe thunderstorm warning. It sure does. Damaging winds and large hailstones. Gee, they're really slow moving. And Bomb expects them to fizzle out as well before they get to anywhere kind of... No, they don't look like they're fizzling out at all. In fact, it even looks like that Bringley one outside of Penrith is strengthening a little bit. New South Wales, though, as I've already said, is the place where the strong storms are right now. But they're beginning to cross over in towards Queensland through here, and we've said through all of our forecasts that in this kind of corridor here, this is where the big storms are going to be today. So Texas, out towards Stanthorpe and Warwick. Big thunderstorms expected in this area right through this afternoon. Very big potential. Gee, this Kalani cell's thrown out a ton of lightning. And a good storm here outside of Clifton as well. Bit cloudy, yeah. Lots and lots of clouds around. If you have a look at the satellite imagery, you can just see how the wind shear is interacting with these thunderstorms. So obviously we've got our cells here, but their tops, the cloud tops and the anvils are shooting well off out towards the northeast, and that is because of the wind shear. So thunderstorms blow up, the clouds blow up, and then they start bending with the wind shear, and then once they get into the jet stream, they just go into one direction, and that's what these clouds are doing right now. Slowly coming up, and then wham, into one direction, once that wind really picks up in the upper atmosphere. 65 CJ5, thank you for the generous donation. Anything for the Wide Bay Fraser Coast yet? Later tonight there certainly will be a thunderstorm or two up there, but in terms of severe thunderstorm activity, likely nothing crazy, just a little bit of rain, maybe some small hail, some strong wind gusts definitely, but I don't expect anything too crazy to be happening up into the Wide Bay or Fraser Coast area this afternoon, that's for sure. Yeah, these storms, they're exciting. They've got a lot of people excited, that's for sure. New Queensland warning from Bomb. Let's go and check it out. Okay, so they've warned all of these thunderstorms as I thought they would around the Lockyer area and the Somerset area down into the Southern Downs. This thunderstorm here outside of Warwick appears to be weakening, but it's still producing a lot of rainfall and lightning. We've got this separate thunderstorm now. This is the Texas one that's dropped 6cm hailstones around Moree. This is moving north and is going to clip Stanthorpe. A lot to unpack here. And then, as mentioned, this storm here, which is developing just outside of Clifton and Elora, that's going to move into the Ipswich area in about 45 minutes to an hour. And by the time it gets to Ipswich, it's either going to be completely fizzled out or it's going to be huge. We need to keep watching this storm very, very closely because that's going to have major ramifications on what we're going to see in Ipswich. I personally predict it to fizzle out, but it could go bananas. We're going to need to see our next radar frames. We've got our slow-moving one around the Toowoomba area. That's dropping a boatload of rainfall. That's going to move up into the Somerset area shortly. It's currently through the Lockyer Valley. And our Crow's Nest storm as well. That's going to cross into the Somerset area. That's got places to be. And Brisbane still under the severe thunderstorm warning. So is Strathpine, Redcliffe and Caboolture. Same with Bribie Island, Caloundra and Maroochydore on the Sunshine Coast. And also Moreton Bay too for severe thunderstorms. However, Redland City, Cleveland, Logan, Beenleigh and all of the Gold Coast, including Nerang and the Gold Coast hinterland, off that severe thunderstorm warning now. And Toowoomba is in the clear for severe thunderstorm activity for now. And just back to what these thunderstorms are looking at right now, you can see our Mount Nebo storm, which is the one that we were tracking into the Brisbane area, has since weakened off substantially, and our Clifton storm now really beginning to get its act together. In fact, looking at it right now, I might be changing my projection and saying that this one is going to go bananas. Our Kalani cell here, just towards the east of Warwick, throwing out a lot of rainfall and a lot of lightning in that one as well. And as mentioned, the Toowoomba cell is also throwing out a pretty substantial amount of rainfall and lightning 2, and our crow's nest cell really getting its act together now. That could get quite strong. That's definitely going to be a storm to watch. Lasted 2 minutes in Toowoomba. I had a couple of reports of heavy rainfall in Toowoomba, so it might have lasted for longer for some, shorter for others. Yeah, I don't think giant hailstones are occurring in the Port Macquarie area, but we can have a look at it. Oh no, there's no large hailstones in the Port Macquarie area. Not at all. There are some giant hailstones a little bit further inland out around Tamworth, but not around Port Macquarie. Oh, hang on, this imagery is an hour old. We are starting to see some thunderstorms developing, but yeah, I think they're going to fizzle by the time they get to the coastline. This, yeah, as I thought, this, where is it? Clifton Storm. That's going to be a cell to watch. Yeah, that's definitely a storm to watch. Alright, so this is our Clifton Storm here. It's actually now moving in towards Thornton, and it's not going to be long until it's in Harrisville. We've got reflectivity readings coming back at about 65 decibels here. Very, very strong. We've likely got some large hailstones developing in this storm now. And this green here contrasted with the deep reds. This is a rotation couplet, so this is a strong thunderstorm. This is a really strong thunderstorm, and this means business. And the Toowoomba radar is loving it as well. So that is a storm that we need to watch very, very closely. So just coming back in on the closer zoomed radar here into the Thornton area, you can see that thunderstorm's developed pretty much out of nothing in the last 15 minutes or so. And it appears to be on a slight northwesterly direction. But this would throw Ipswich into the thick of things pretty soon. So about 10 minutes from now, moving through Mulgowie, Thornton, and maybe Townsend. About 40 minutes Rosewood, 50 minutes Amberley, and about an hour, I'd say, Ipswich and Ripley. Somewhere between these lines, which includes Marburg and all of Ipswich as well. This is definitely a storm that is worth a watch. And a very close watch at that. Now, of course, if you are brand new to my channel, please do consider subscribing and also leave a like on the stream while you're at it. Clifton Cell is going to connect with Brisbane. It's heading for Brisbane. If it makes it into Ipswich as a powerful storm, it's likely to upscale before it gets to Brisbane, but it will definitely be strong if it continues on its trajectory right now. I can guarantee that. Bo, thank you very much for the generous donation. Yeah, this is East Brisbane, likely as upscaled versions, and then we're going to see lots of storms later tonight. Access C rainfall, which is the forecast model here. Oh yeah, wow, so the Axis is calling for big storms and trains of storms later tonight. I find that the Axis can be off by a couple of hours. It was off by about 3 hours yesterday. So by around 7 o'clock, we're going to be looking at these high-end squall lines and upscaled storms moving into the Ipswich and Brisbane area. And the Axis is deadly accurate with trajectory and location, like 20-kilometre margin of error. It's really, really accurate. So seeing this here, this is painting an ugly picture for both Ipswich and Brisbane later tonight, let me tell you. Bazza, thank you for the nice tip, mate. I would say between 5 and 7 o'clock is going to be the business end for these high precipitation squall lines like we saw last night. Right now, the supercell risk is on. Later tonight will be those squall lines. I mean, it's basically when these storms out around the Narrabri area here that are developing can make it all the way up into Brisbane, because they will. But that is a lot of ground for these storms to cover. I mean, Narrabri itself is nearly a day's drive away from Brisbane. If you don't dawdle, I believe. Narrabri down here. And then if we go up towards Brisbane, yeah, 500 k's, half a day's drive. And these thunderstorms aren't moving along very quickly, so we're still at least 5 or 6 hours away from these thunderstorms getting into the Brisbane area. It looks like they're beginning to upscale now, or try to upscale. And just looking at the latest imagery, our Clifton storm would be around here, and I'm beginning to see a little bit of green in the Brisbane Weather Live webcam. So definitely a hail core developing. And just the fact that all the clouds are kind of dispersing up in the upper levels like they are right now. Big anvil, big overshooting tops. This is a powerful thunderstorm in the making. I can almost guarantee that. The storms will hit Brisbane mostly without hail, but there will be some large hailstones. The hail risk today is greater than it was yesterday. I would say 60-40 we're going to see severe thunderstorms in Brisbane. Definitely a similar chance to yesterday, and probably of similar intensity, all things considered. Some of these storms will be stronger than yesterday's, but they're likely to be less widespread. For Logan right now, nothing going on. We will see a developing cell or two in this area here, which will go through the Logan area in maybe about 30 minutes, but I'm not expecting severe stuff around the Logan area just yet. It'll be a while until we see severe storms into the Logan area. At this stage, I mean, we do have a nice cell here around the Killarney area, but that's moving off towards into the scenic rim. This might be a Gold Coast problem, or at least a Coolangatta, Tweed Head, Byron Bay problem in about an hour and a half if it can keep itself going, which it doesn't look like it's going to do, but if it does. Logan will likely get storms tonight, not in the next hour or so though. And our storms up on the Sunshine Coast, they're nothing special. Just a few quintessential stock standard cells here and there. Nothing crazy going on. They're not severe at all. But we'll have some big raindrops in there, and they're rather slow moving as well, so expect some half-decent rainfall accumulations. In fact, they're very slow moving towards the north of Birwa. They're just sitting there. And yeah, let's actually see if we can get some rainfall observations up. Great rainfall accumulations yesterday. It was beautiful seeing it, but have a look at all of this. When that line of squalls moved through, places in Caboolture picked up 60 millimetres of rainfall, places in the Samford Valley 60 or 50 to 60, Wivenhoe got 70 millimetres of rainfall. I think there was one or two spots that neared 80. Yeah, Mount Tarampa got 80 millimetres of rainfall. Just all round beautiful, great stuff. Today we haven't seen anywhere near that, but by the end of today we're likely to have similar accumulations in the gauge. And yeah, the word for today is heavy rainfall. Most of these storms are going to have heavy rainfall. I mean, the Brisbane forecast says it heavy rainfall leading to flash flooding. Which is... I know severe thunderstorms are bad, but it's great to see that we've got some heavy rainfall and some proper rainfall now in the forecast. $80 millimetres in Toowoomba. Lovely, lovely, lovely stuff. Love to hear it. Southwest of Texas, 4 centimetre hailstones. Nothing crazy for this time of the year, but I definitely believe it. I mean, if we have a look back in on radar scope, wow, that rotation couplet. This is our Clifton storm, by the way, that's moving in towards Harrisville and then eventually up towards Ipswich. That's got a good hail core in it. We've got big reflectivity readings coming out there. That's 3, maybe even 3.5 centimetre hailstones. I digress, though. We're looking for our Texas storm. They look like they're kind of falling apart. I know the radar out here is terrible in terms of coverage. If we tried a different tilt... Oh, definitely not. Oh, yeah, that's got a beauty of a hail core. Have a look at this. So we've got some big pink colours coming through, which are on the upper end of the screen here. Now, obviously, you can't see this because I've cropped the stream terribly, but I've got 70 decibels coming through in some of these cells here, in particularly this Texas one. So a very long way away from Brisbane and the Gold Coast, which are up here, but our strong thunderstorms are all in this area here. But yeah, 70 decibels, we're talking about large, potentially giant hailstones in there. Big stuff. And our old friend up here, our Thornton cell. I'm going to start saying now, this is my advice for Thornton. Get the car inside. It might even be a little bit too late. We've been a bit slack on the advice. Mulgowie, you've got a couple of minutes to get the car inside. Laidley, I would recommend getting the car inside. It's definitely an overreaction. But this thunderstorm is close by, and if it takes one jog or spits out a cell towards the north, you will see large hailstones. Rosewood, your time to act will be shortly. Definitely consider putting the car away in about 15 minutes or so. And Ipswich, I'm putting you on notice, in the next hour, you will likely see a severe thunderstorm with large hailstones cross through. The rest of Brisbane for now is fine in the all clear. But yeah, that's my advice for now. Make sure you are ready for severe thunderstorms. No, there's no storms hitting Ipswich just now. We do have a cell that's fired up out of not much. It's kind of joined up against the Mount Nebo one, which is up here. That had its own separate warning. This is going to completely fizzle out before it even crosses into the northern suburbs of Brisbane here, north of the Brisbane River. And by the time it actually gets to the Brisbane River, the Brown Snake, it's going to be all done. So the Mount Nebo storm's not one to be worried about, but in the last 5 minutes we've seen a cell here between Ipswich and Marburg. This doesn't have hail yet, but it's developed very, very quickly, and it may have some small hailstones in it. It looks like it's moving off into a northeasterly direction. So for suburbs north of the Brisbane River, or actually around the Brisbane River here, towards the north of Ipswich, so between the Bremer River and upwards, you may have a bit of a hailstorm coming in soon, but not just yet. But yeah, like I said a couple of minutes ago, it'll be very interesting to see the next couple of minutes whether this storm makes it off the ranges here as a strong storm or if it's completely cut up and destroyed. That will be that will determine how strong this storm is by the time it gets out towards Ipswich or Amberley or Marburg or something like that. But it's looking strong, it's looking healthy right now. It's looking like it's going to give Ipswich a good show, that's for sure. Cat has assumed storm posture. Animals are fantastic weather forecasters. They get it right all the time. Cecil, whereabouts are you? I'd be interested to know. Wow, this is moving very, very quickly. Mason Avage, thank you very much for the generous donation. Any concerns for Nerang? Not immediately. Later tonight we'll be talking about heavy rainfall and damaging wind gusts. I mean, the forecast for the next kind of 24 hours is just really glum across southeast Queensland. Not only do we have massive storms forecast tonight in squall lines, basically, that have sunk further south than originally expected. Early tomorrow morning, we're going to see some pretty big thunderstorms through the Brisbane suburbs and into the Logan City. But for the most part, it honestly appears like the Gold Coast is going to miss out. I've been saying this for the last couple of days, but it really looks like the Gold Coast is going to kind of miss out on all of these thunderstorms. They definitely copped it yesterday, but that's kind of the worst of it. I'm rolling this back and forth and just not seeing any sign that the Gold Coast is going to get smashed. They will definitely get a hit or two from these thunderstorms, but they're not going to get smashed per se. Or unlikely that they will at this point in time. Be interesting to see what does actually happen down there. This storm just gets stronger and stronger. The Killarney one that's now moving across into the border ranges. Wollongong and Urbanville, I would recommend putting the car away now. Yeah, let's go and check in on this storm. Not seeing anything in the way of significant reflectivity readings, but if we go to a different radar, in particular the Marburg one, can sometimes give us a good idea on what we're looking at precipitation rate wise. Again, not seeing anything crazy. There's a good rotation couplet. That would be a very pretty thunderstorm to be under, I reckon. And then the Brizzy radar. Again, I'm just not seeing anything nuts in the way of reflectivity, but this would have an incredible structure. Very strong supercell thunderstorm, and the fact that we're now seeing reflectivity readings here around 62 or 63 decibels would be talking about large hailstones. So Urbanville, Wollongong, car inside. The supercell severe thunderstorm ready. Definitely going to be a strong one, that's for sure. Yeah, real dark in the scenic rim, it sure would be. Wind chimes are charming. In Bondi, the thunder is happening. Dark clouds are approaching too. Yeah, we've got some good thunderstorms in towards the western suburbs of Sydney. Wow. Okay, that's developed. That just happened. We were looking at this storm about 10 minutes ago. 71 decibels. Let's actually get the Sydney radar up. Right, hang on a second. I'm sure there's a better way to use radar scope. I'm just so new to it. So this is just a big gust front that's blowing through. This is not a supercell thunderstorm per se, because there's hardly any rotation in it. But we're talking about large, potentially giant hailstones here. 71, 72 decibels now moving into the Botany Bay area. Now this is going to close the airport for a good couple of minutes. But yeah, big thunder and lightning in that one. That is a powerful severe thunderstorm. Oh, and look at the hook echo on the Tamworth radar. Far out, New South Wales. What are we doing in Queensland? What are we doing looking at the Queensland storms? The New South Wales ones are, for lack of a better word, they are embarrassing. Oh, I can't find the Tamworth radar. Oh, the Moree one is not going to look at Tamworth. Naomi. Yeah, that's an impressive structure on a thunderstorm if ever I've seen one. Classic New South Wales. Very classic New South Wales, that's for sure. Impressive. And then, yeah, in southeast Queensland, obviously got our storms here. This Thornton one's really developing up nicely now. Of course, that's not encouraging these thunderstorms, but that is very much developing quite nicely from a thunderstorm perspective. Big rotation as well within this thunderstorm. I mean, we can see it here. There's a lot of rotation going on. This is a big supercell thunderstorm. Massive cloud base. Benji, thank you for the generous donation. Any thoughts on the Moreton Bay area? We're going to see some big thunderstorms later tonight. Lots of rain, lots of wind, similar to last night. But for now, Moreton Bay, all calm right now. In fact, have a look at this. Big line of thunderstorms developing over the Wivenhoe outlook now, all through here, stretching right from Crow's Nest through to Goolawa. Yeah, that's how I say it. Kilcoy, Woodford, Bibaram, Beerwah, and then up towards Maleni. That's a good line of thunderstorms, and they're all moving in this direction here, which means some places are going to pick up some pretty significant rainfall accumulations. Very significant rainfall accumulations possible. For Beaudesert right now, I'll be looking at this Thornton storm. It is looking like it's going to go into the Ipswich area, but sometimes these thunderstorms, and as we are beginning to see right now actually, you can see this little storm here developing outside of Aratula, with these thunderstorms heading basically due east. If this storm cell here develops, which obviously we don't know for at least another couple of minutes just yet, we may see a good storm into the Beaudesert area. Sydney Airport shut. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a massive storm moving through Botany Bay. Bucketing down, Jethro. Whereabouts are you? Maleny. Thank you for the pronunciation. Correction. Maryborough, Queensland, not likely to see any hail as well. Oh, that fish. Send that through. That video that you're talking about. Send that through, please. I'd love to take a look at it later. Kind of just a waiting game now to see what these thunderstorms are going to do. So this is the one that we're talking about here. This is our Thornton storm. It's obviously a lot bigger than what Bomb has it right now. But yeah, that throws Laidley into it. That will also throw Ipswich into the firing line in about 45 minutes now. Brisbane webcam facing Ipswich. This is a look at the Brisbane weather live webcam. See if I can get it right up towards the current. See if it will play as well. Oh yeah, so we're starting to see a little bit of rainfall coming through. Looks like a bit of a wall cloud here as well. Very hard to annotate these. We've obviously got our blue sky over here, but yeah, it's looking pretty dark here around the Ipswich area. with Ipswich located about here. Yeah, it's looking very, very dark out there. Strong thunderstorm in the making, that is for sure. Of course, if you are brand new to the channel, please consider subscribing and also leave a like on the stream while you're at it. The support is massively appreciated. And make sure you go and support our major sponsor, #1 computer shop in Ipswich, for all of your tech support needs. Support those that support me. Ooh, these storms get themselves going now along the border ranges. Wollongong, Urbanville, buckle up. It is going to unleash very, very soon, especially for Wollongong, actually. With the way that these thunderstorms are going, yeah, Wollongong and just towards the south at Molly here, and down towards Urbanville. This is our kind of hot zone here for the thunderstorm. Anyone within these red parallel lines, you're probably looking at hail very soon. Well, you're definitely looking at hail at some point, but you're definitely looking at it very, very shortly. Probably about 10 minutes for Wollongong and Urbanville, and about 15 minutes into the Tanumba National Park. Probably closer to 15 minutes for Urbanville, actually. But yeah, get the car inside, get ready. It's going to be a bumpy one, that thunderstorm there. Our Gatton storm has weakened off a little bit. It's still throwing out a lot of rainfall, and our Crow's Nest storm as well, obviously, still throwing out a lot of rainfall too. That one's warned mainly for heavy rainfall, I believe. Oh, deadly accurate. The lightning network around Australia is impeccable. Anything in Caboolture? Just towards the north, you got some good thunderstorm activity. I imagine you'd be hearing that right now. And that's going up towards the Woodford area. But that's going to dodge Caboolture for the most part. We will still see a few thunderstorms developing around, bubbling around here and there. This is what we call kind of a multicellular thunderstorm. It's just kind of think of a convective bubble bath, basically. That's going on. This is what we're seeing around the Caboolture area. But this line of strong thunderstorm activity is just towards the north of Caboolture. It's not actually over Caboolture, which means by all metrics, it is a little bit tamer in the Caboolture area. Plainland, whereabouts is Plainland? I'll be able to answer that question. IRL Storm Chase. I don't live in southeast Queensland. The storms in Perth are miserable, so I would love to, but I need to get some storms first. Alright, latest radar imagery. It's just, yeah, this is a mess of a thunderstorm, this Thornton one. It's organised, don't get me wrong, and you can see that by the defined green here and the red all around this storm here. But it is just a big, sloppy mess of rain. This is an ugly, ugly thunderstorm for rainfall. This would be absolutely pelting down with rainfall. Moving right into the Marburg area right now, or Rosewood area, just outside of Ipswich. There's some massive rainfall accumulations in this thunderstorm here. We'll be talking about 50 millimeters plus from just this storm alone. And again, it's very, very slow moving as well. That's kind of the memo of all of these thunderstorms today, is that they are just extremely slow moving. So they're dropping even more rainfall. The rainfall is being exacerbated by the slow moving nature of these thunderstorms. So have fun. Flash flooding, definitely a risk today. Big risk as well at that. And yeah, down towards Wollongong and Urbanville, again, similar situation to what we're seeing outside of Ipswich. In fact, it's probably a little bit worse down there on the rainfall side of things. Very heavy rainfall, hail, the full 9 miles. In fact, having a look at this thunderstorm here, what are we looking at here? 64 decibels, I would think it was the highest I saw. Yeah, that's got some substantial hail in it as well. If the Ipswich one can make it into Ipswich, the next kind of logical path for it would actually be into the Brisbane area. Possible. But again, that's kind of a story for a little bit later. Unsure right now. 30 millimeters north of Thornton. Wow. That would have came through really quick as well. I'm not saying 30 millimeters as an impressive amount of rainfall. Not by any stretch of the imagination. 30 millimeters is not an impressive amount of rainfall unless you live in Central Australia. But 30 millimeters in what I would assume fell in about 10 minutes or so outside of Thornton. Like, that is It's heavy stuff, and that lines up with what we're expecting here. 63 decibels. What storm is that? Nah, Brisbane shouldn't flood. Spitting in Brisbane. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so this is the Mount Nebo thunderstorm. When I started the stream, this was actually severe warn, and it's pushed over the Ivanhoe outlook, and you can see there's really not much left of it right now. We've got a bit of a storm developing around the Amberley area right now. So I imagine the rain's beginning to pick up in Ipswich. If you want to stay dry, get outside now and clean the backyard up and put the car away. But we're not going to see hail in Ipswich for at least another 30 minutes or so. And just looking at the live cam right now, yeah, it's beginning to look pretty dark and pretty ominous. Yeah, very dark and very ominous. Let's actually see if we can get some weather observations going. See what we're seeing through southeast Queensland. Amberley is always an interesting one. They see the storms first, obviously. Nothing in the way of temperature drops just yet. I mean, it has dropped a degree or two. Winds have also picked up a little bit, up to about 40 kilometres an hour, so it's definitely starting to get a bit gusty there. And then this is just outside of Gatton here at the University of Queensland. Temperature drop of about 8 degrees, big spike in humidity, wind gusts to about 40 kilometres an hour, and I believe 8 millimetres of rain, 6 millimetres of rain. Warwick's had 11, but yeah, I'd be very interested to see how much rainfall Mulgovia's had. West Ipswich, yeah, it'd be beginning to rain out there as well. In fact, the rainfall's going to pick up very, very quickly, West Ipswich. Alright, just north of Urbanville now is where that, yeah, really slow-moving dumper of a storm is. These are not your traditional supercell thunderstorms for southeast Queensland. This is a traditional outbreak for February or March for southeast Queensland, where there's a lot more tropical moisture in the air. But a lot of these thunderstorms are dropping a lot more rainfall than normal. These are extremely wet thunderstorms compared to usual. So slow moving, heaps of rainfall coming down. Yeah. Of course, we've got our massive thunderstorms out into this part of Queensland here. These are outback thunderstorms in nature, so a little bit of rainfall here and there, but for the most part it's just big lightning and big drops. And then especially out towards central and western Queensland, Charleville and Augathella, lots and lots of lightning out there, as you would expect. Yeah, it's a stormy one. And just to think as well, like, this is the beginning. We've got all of this cloud coverage here in central Australia, a little bit of rainfall around the Alice. This is pushing towards the east, and it's going to be later tonight. The heavens will release through southeast Queensland. Lots of rainfall forecast later tonight there. Now, this is not going to be anything like the 2011 floods. No comparison can be drawn to thunderstorms and rainfall of tropical origin. This Ipswich cell appears to be weakening, but it also appears to be upscaling at the same time. Marburg radar's going to be our best bet here. Yeah, so there are still some pretty intense precipitation rates around this storm here outside of Mulgowie, moving into Ipswich right now. But it's just heavy, it's not intense, I should say, just heavy. Big line now towards the north. This line here is actually moving in a bit of an easterly, and in fact parts of it moving in towards a southeasterly direction. This is going to throw Caboolture under a thunderstorm in about 15 minutes, actually. I don't think there's any hail, but I think for Caboolture, time to expect a thunderstorm shortly, at the very least, and then eventually into the Samford Valley and the Ivanhoe outlook, maybe in about half an hour or so. Wandouin. Whereabouts is Wandouin? Upscale. So upscale is where these thunderstorms get larger but less intense. So, I mean, more often than not, thunderstorms, you can't have your cake and eat it too. So you're either localized and small but very, very strong, or you're large widespread, hitting everybody, and quite weak in comparison. Sometimes it's the complete opposite. You can have some massive thunderstorms area-wise, and they impact a lot of people, and they're also extremely severe, like the Christmas 2023 storms, but more often than not, I find thunderstorms are smaller and stronger, and larger and weaker. They go hand in hand. But upscaling thunderstorms is where we see lines of thunderstorms beginning to join together and push in towards a certain area, like they're beginning to do right now, but they become comparatively weaker on the hail and the wind front and just drop a boatload of rainfall. Bradley, thank you very much for the generous tip. 10 millimeters in 5 minutes at Rosevale, yeah, and it's just going to keep pouring as well. The rainfall is just going to keep pouring and pouring and pouring. Oh, wow. Niall MCP, thank you very much for that very generous 10 memberships gifted. Running out of space on the leaderboard, so thank you to all of the channel sponsors and all of those that have been gifting channel sponsorships as well. Have a look at the rainfall that's coming down here around the Ipswich area. Big, big, big rainfall developing. What a beauty. Love to see it. Yes, this Mulgoe thunderstorm is weakening as it moves over towards Ipswich, but it is well and truly upscaling now. So a lot of rain and wind in this thunderstorm here. Yeah, Ipswich is going to get a boatload of rainfall, and that's basically it. I don't think there'll be any hail in this one. The Urbanville one, though, is a completely different story. Hang on a second, I've got to find it. Oh, this is it here. So Urbanville's actually missed out. Wollongong's copping it. But this is most certainly a supercell thunderstorm. Yeah, so a very strong supercell thunderstorm at that on the rainfall side of things. And it's also got some pretty large hailstones in it too. So Wollongong, quite a strong storm. Definitely one to be worried about if you're in that area, or prepared for if you're in that area. And some pretty strong winds as well in this line of storms that's stretching, like I said, between Crow's Nest-esque, and then up towards Bibaram and Birwa outside of Caboolture. As this storm front here kind of pushes into more populated areas, expect some very strong wind gusts in a few spots. And we can actually see that, oh, not so much on the Gympie radar. But as this pushed in towards Woodford, you can see that that's dropped the temperature quite significantly down into the low 20s from low 30s. Oh, the one that I was just showing was radar scope, and then this one here is, I mean, just the BOM website view at rec.bom.gov.au, and then the other one's windy. Thank you, Benjamin, for the generous donation as well. Yeah, so a lot of rainfall in that Mulgoe one. Actually, Kingaroy looks like it's getting a good storm or two now. I feel like that might be an area that gets overlooked today. Yeah, half decent reflectivity rates coming back around the Kingaroy area. Very strong around the Rathdoney area as well, down around the Wollongong storm. And of course, big thunderstorms towards the west of Warwick. Archerfield, yes, momentarily as well. I mean, we're starting to get the rainfall developing at the, oh, that's the Amberley airfield. Archerfield's over here, but we're probably looking at about 30 minutes when the rainfall's going to begin to pick up there. I mean, this thunderstorm is weakening, but it's hard to say if it's weakening properly or if it's just kind of upscaling and it's going to become a rainy mess. And also whether or not if it will make it out towards Brisbane, because this is quite a journey for a thunderstorm to make. It's at least an hour or so. And if this is no longer supercellular in nature and is just multicellular, it will likely perish by the time it gets towards Brisbane and Archfield. So that's a question that we're going to have to revisit shortly, Haley. Check Redbank. Yeah, sure. Redbank out in this area. About 15 minutes away from the rainfall. And if there is hail in here, which I doubt, maybe about 45 minutes for the most intense part of the storm, at least, if it does even make it up towards the Redbank area, which at this point in time I personally strongly doubt will happen. Now, of course, if you are brand new to my channel, consider subscribing and also leave a like on the stream and follow my Facebook page as well. Lots and lots of updates, lots of stuff happening over there. Jeez, I would not want to be under this storm here outside of Wollongong. This is just rainfall as well. This is not hail. This is massive rainfall coming through here. We're probably talking ballpark 50 millimeters or so every 15 minutes. Yeah. Oh, I don't ask for people's street address or GPS coordinates, of course, but it's handy to know a suburb or just a general area, whether you're in the Ipswich area or the Logan area or the Brisbane, Strathpine, Caboolture, Redcliffe, etc. Just very helpful to know. Got the boys on the mowers at Wandoan tomorrow. Any storms developing tonight? Yeah, lots of storm activity tonight. But we're talking about storm activity moving through kind of this corridor here later today. With the heaviest stuff obviously into the Wivenhoe Outlook and north of Ipswich. Brisbane is going to get it. It will likely just clip Brisbane, but we may see a further 15 millimeters after the storms today, early tomorrow. Gold Coast should miss most of it, but by about 10 o'clock all the rainfall and storm activity, all the storm activity should be done, and then the rainfall will pipe up about lunchtime-ish. Doesn't look like it's going to split into two. It's pretty solid right now as one cell. Yes, very solid. This Aratula cell, which we mentioned about 15 minutes ago, seems to be getting its act together. So back to the Beaudesert question about 15 minutes ago, possibly in about 25 or 30 minutes or so. Ipswich CBD, raining, no wind. That is just a recipe for rainfall. JT Cup, thank you very much for those kind words. I very much appreciate that, mate. So thank you so much. A lot of lightning in this Ipswich one as well. If we can get a bit of an idea of how much lightning is currently occurring around this Ipswich one, it's nowhere near as lightning dominant as the Wollongong one along the border ranges. Even this Caboolture one, I imagine the Caboolture viewers are getting a light show up there right now. Nothing in the way of crazy rainfall accumulations either in this one. Joanna, thank you very much. But this cell is pushing very slowly towards the south. Safe to say the northern suburbs of Caboolture up to about Bibarama are about to get some heavy to locally intense rainfall. Woodford's copped it big. And Caboolture could be in for it in about 10 minutes or so. As long as it doesn't weaken off any more. Oh, that's going to slide actually by the looks of things. Yeah, so what this storm's going to do is it's going to kind of move in this line here, which means the heaviest stuff is going to move just north of Caboolture out to the southern part of Bribie where the population actually is. So the southern suburbs of Caboolture are going to miss it. We're in Ripley. Big Red is heading our way. I presume you mean those reflectivity because it's impressive. This storm has a lot of rainfall. It's probably the most precipitation-dominated storm I've seen so far this storm season in southeast Queensland. Big Red is a great name to call it as well. Oh wow, actually, back to that question, is it going to split into two? I see why you asked that. It's not going to, not yet. It looks possible though. But yeah, I mean, this is just one big sloppy mess. This is like a drive-through burger. This is a terrible looking storm. Not in terms of impacts or impact potential, in terms of just how organised it is. It's just a rainy, sloppy dumper, and it's going to drop a lot of rainfall through this part of Queensland. So Harrisville, or west of Harrisville right now, big rainfall. Thornton, Mulgoe, Grantchester, Rosewood, big rainfall developing just towards the south of all of those locations, and then eventually it'll be over towards Ipswich, where some big rainfall is also expected out there. One good thing about the Brizzy radar is we've got those 5-minute radar observations. Sometimes they can come in pretty handy in estimating storm intensity. But yeah, our 1 hour falls, typically when I'm seeing the yellow, we're talking really heavy rainfall, and I believe that this is actually accurate for once. Normally these 1 hour rainfall accumulation things can be awfully inaccurate because it's either slow moving thunderstorms in the outback, which actually don't have much rainfall in them because they're outback in nature and the air's so dry, or in southeast Queensland they're moving through so quickly that you don't actually see anywhere near that type of rainfall. But I definitely think that we're seeing 50 millimetres plus outside of the Mulgoe area, and this is going to carry over in towards Ipswich as well. Big risk of flash flooding, for sure. Oh wow, yeah, Mount Biriam Road, 50 millimetres in the last hour. We don't have any flooding, but yeah, flash flooding is expected. No updates on what we can expect. Daria, thank you very, very much for that massive donation. I really appreciate that. Do I use different weather tracking systems than they do? No, I use whatever's publicly available. Anyone can do what I do. Thank you very much, though. I will make something eventually about how I make these forecasts. But yeah, anyways, big line of thunderstorms. We've obviously got our Wollongong storm down here. This one's got heavy rainfall. This is a rainfall-dominated storm. We'll be talking about 50 millimetres plus falling in this one here. And of course, we've just had confirmation outside of Laidley that we've had 50 millimetres in the past hour, and the bulk of that would have fallen in the past 20 minutes, in all honesty. That was a massive dumper in terms of rainfall. This is moving very slowly now. I don't know why they've called it to go south of Ipswich. In the Somerset region, we've got a big dumper of storm front as well. This is a little bit less on the precipitation side because it is a bit smaller. And then our Caboolture storm is going to drop some heavy rainfall here in the northern suburbs of Caboolture, as we mentioned a few moments ago. So the worst of the rainfall is going to pass south of Ipswich, but I can guarantee you Ipswich is going to see a boatload of lightning and a brief period of heavy rainfall in the next 5 to 15 minutes. Roy, thank you very much. Urbanville all over. Big nothing. Yeah. So for Urbanville, what happened with the thunderstorm is it just moved north. So sometimes, we see thunderstorms warping and changing shapes at the last minute. So it looked like it was going to go for Urbanville, and then you can see warped around it at the last minute. So it kind of just did a woo around Urbanville and then went off on its merry way. You dodged a big, big rainfall storm. That's for sure. But yeah, definitely a big nothing burger for Urbanville. There will be more later, possibly. Harrisville, probably about 15 minutes now away from the heavy rainfall. 48 millimetres southwest of Woodford. That's some big stuff as well. How long did that come through? Can't hear me over an iron roof. I'm a loud talker and I know that. Wow. So it must be absolutely bucketing down where you are, Cecil. Logan City will be beyond an hour away. So that will be a topic of discussion in the future of this live coverage. But yeah, these thunderstorms really pushing along now. Into the Wivenhoe Outlook. Heavy precipitation now towards the north of the Wivenhoe Outlook. 50 to 55 decibels there. And of course we've got our severe thunderstorm here up around the Woodford area. Southwest of Woodford, 48 millimetres, as we have just been told. That probably all came through in about half an hour. So locally intense rainfall now pushing into the Caboolture area towards the northern suburbs of Caboolture, up into the Glasshouse Mountains. And anywhere kind of in this polygon here, you're expecting heavy rainfall in the next 5 to 20 minutes. I'm not in Queensland, I'm in Perth, over on the west coast. Beautiful spot, but we don't get any kind of the interesting weather that Queensland gets at all. The cicadas. Is that how you say them? That's the insect that comes alive in the storms, I believe. What about Coomera? Probably my favourite place in Queensland apart from Springbrook. Love Coomera. Again, the risk of storms in the Coomera area is not immediate, and you know what? It's kind of doubtful as to whether or not they'll get some storms later today. Coomera is located right here. But, yeah, doubtful at this point in time. Unless we see thunderstorms developing in the scenic rim, which we're beginning to see develop now. This is a big line of storms now that's actually beginning to upscale. And I'll get to what's happening in just a sec, but I don't know, maybe an hour to two for the Coomera area. It's in the pipeline moving to Queensland, put it that way. 33 millimetres in 20 minutes at Rosevale. Wow, that's impressive. Wow. 31 millimetres? Oh, 30. Oh, that's the same thing again. Big fella. Love the name, and thank you very much for the generous donation. Ashmore on the Gold Coast, always learning something new. That's great to hear. Taking the time to do the feeds for you in Queensland. Well, it is what I do. Thank you very, very much for your kind words and the donation as well. Kids at Dreamworld. Nothing for the next hour at least. Maybe the next 2 hours, as mentioned. Dreamworld, Coomera, same spot, pretty much. So at least an hour and a half until the storms pipe up there. You may see a bit of rainfall in the next hour or so, but yeah, storm activity will hold off for at least another hour and a half, I would say. Another cell forming in Clifton. Oh, yeah, we do. Oh, outside of Leyburn. Yeah, that kind of got itself going. It really doesn't look like it's got much ahead of it. This is our thunderstorm forming spots. Now the thing is, we've already had thunderstorms move over this part of Queensland already, so it is a little bit cooler out here. So thunderstorms will have a harder time getting themselves going, but definitely in this pocket here, outside of Toowoomba, there's been no thunderstorms yet, so this storm here outside of Millmerran, that could really get itself going shortly, because the temperatures are a little bit warmer and there is more instability in the environment. Raining in Narang, yeah, that is just the overshooting tops of these thunderstorms, dropping a little bit of rainfall. It isn't anything crazy or heavy right now. Peter Kirby, anything for the north sunny coast, late tonight maybe? Yeah, later tonight, likely to see a storm or two on the northern side of the Sunshine Coast. I imagine you're talking around the Rainbow Beach area. In all honesty, it's going to be a lot weaker up there. I wouldn't expect anything special. In fact, according to the deadly accurate convective modelling, I wouldn't expect anything at all. But yeah, we may see a storm or two developing up in the areas north of Noosa later tonight. It's a lot less likely than what we're seeing in southeast Queensland. Big storm outside of Goomeri right now. These Kingaroy storms are cells to watch. Look at the beast of a storm that we've got here. So we can kind of make out a bit of a hook shape here. And you can see that there is just a little bit of a rotation couplet trying to develop here. This is a mean supercell outside of Ipswich. That's moving just south of Ipswich. So Ripley, you guys are going to cop it. And anywhere north of Harrisville, Peak Crossing, kind of in this area between Peak Crossing and Ripley, you guys are going to get smashed with rainfall. Likely some very heavy rainfall as well. Yeah, Ipswich is going to miss the worst of this storm. I can tell you right now, Ipswich, this will be, for lack of a better term, a nothing burger compared to what it is going to be a little bit further south. It will be a lot bigger and a lot more significant further south of Ipswich. But I'm talking just south of Ipswich. So if you consider yourself in Ipswich, but you actually are in the Ripley area or even south of Ipswich, you're going to get smashed with rainfall. And even then, there is some heavy rainfall developing just outside of the Ipswich area now and right down towards Boona. Really developing now outside of the Boona area. We've actually got some reflectivities coming in of about 60 decibels. So we've likely got some hail developing here. Just this entire area between these two lines that I've drawn. Watch out. So yeah, just zooming out a little bit now. Yeah, that throws Beaudesert into it as well. That could throw Jimboomba into it in about an hour. And the good thing is I've been These thunderstorms are very, very slow moving. So a lot of rainfall. Yeah. Mikem, thank you very much for your kind words and also the generous donation too. And Katrina, thank you very much for your donation too. Bit of thunder going on in Marigiba. I've butchered the pronunciation of that. Gold Coast right now. Anything to hit there? Yes, what you'd be hearing is probably this Rath Downey cell or maybe even the developing Boona one. But yeah, maybe in about 2 hours or so, I would say. Any chance of a tornado with this supercell? No tornadoes today. Conditions are not healthy for tornadoes. Yeah, so that Sydney one, that had a punch. That really had a punch, that's for sure. Shelf cloud has died down in Brisbane. Oh, this is old. Hang on. Oh, yeah, so this is the Mount Nebo one. It's now completely shrouded us in rainfall. So we can't see Ipswich, which is located around here. But yeah, a little bit of rainfall now moving ahead of this one, which is a shame because I would actually like to see what the Ipswich one looks like. Looks like the precipitation is getting a little bit heavier now. We may see into the Bayside suburbs here, south of the harbour and down towards Redland City, a little bit of rainfall in the next 15 minutes or so, but I wouldn't expect anything too crazy. This Ipswich cell is really developing along. So what we've got right now is the Ipswich cell, and it is breaking up, as somebody spotted, a little bit. Then we've got this cell here, just outside of Boona, but this one's got a little bit more of a southerly track towards it. And then our Rath Downey one as well has got a bit of a southerly track. And if we actually have a look at what the mid-level sounding looks like right now, in the lower levels, these thunderstorms are heading on this direction here, which is, yeah. So this cell here should be taken down into this area. I'm analysing this storm live as well, so this is not me regurgitating information. I'm watching this as you guys are watching this as well, so I do apologise when I go full nerd mode. It catches me off guard as well, but what we're looking at right now is these storms developing and heading on a bearing down towards the east-southeast. Troy Connolly, thank you very much. Brisbane can expect plenty of rain over the next 24 hours. Yeah, 24 to 36 hours, especially tomorrow night, is going to be a wet period. And if they get thunderstorms later today, which is likely, a lot of rainfall is also expected. Goodna near Ipswich will also be hit hard. Goodna is, I believe, on the southern side of Ipswich. Or it's on it's outside of Ipswich, isn't it? It's up around the Lowood area. Oh, wow. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm really not sure, actually. I should know this. But yeah, anywhere around Ipswich is likely to be not significantly impacted unless you're further south of Ipswich, but we're likely to see some pretty strong activity in there. Starlight, thank you very much for gifting 5 channel sponsor memberships. That is massively appreciated. Very, very generous as well. Flooding near Caboolture. Flash flooding is likely from these thunderstorms. And this storm here outside of Caboolture, just outside of Woodford, which is extremely slow moving. And also, yeah, it's now dropping some hail, likely, just outside of Woodford and into the Diagla area, just west-southwest of Bibburrum. Likely seeing some flash flooding there. This is massive rainfall that's being dropped. In fact, that's problem rainfall that's being dropped. We're now at kind of the stage where the rainfall is becoming, yeah, a little bit concerning. So here at Delaney's Creek, 29 millimetres, all of that would have fallen in the last hour. Yeah. All right, Rockside Mountain 66 millimetres at Dairyman Road. Wow. This lately storm, this storm here, is dropping rainfall rates between 70 to 100 millimetres an hour, and it's slow moving as well, so this is really, really concerning on a flash flooding perspective. Major rainfall in that storm. Yeah, and I believe that's just outside of Grantchester. So what's going to happen with this storm is it appears to be filtering up a little bit towards the north. So I want to say Ipswich is going to be impacted by it, but I'm just not sure yet because it's just moving along such in an interesting way. And then this storm here is going to dive. So Harrisville is going to thread the needle between the highest precipitation rates. So will Logan Village and so will Jimboomba, likely at this stage. However, Ripley will cop it, Amberley will cop it, Rosewood will cop it, and Ipswich right now, big question mark. Lisa, thank you for watching and thank you for your generous support as well. There's so much to unpack. And yeah, I mean, Urbanville, if you thought that Nothing Burger was a bad thing, I mean, it's not a Nothing Burger anymore. That's got a nasty hail core. That's also got some very strong winds as well. Yeah, wow, so 63 miles an hour, that's pushing into the 100 kilometre an hour mark. Very, very windy, 66 decibels. Yeah, righto. Very, very intense precipitation there. So this is a classic look of upscaling thunderstorms. We've got our line of squally storms up here, slow-moving thunderstorms that are now pushing in towards the east. We've got a couple of clusters of storms here that are developing and kind of breaking apart on each other, and then we've got our Rathdowney storm down here. So we've now got this big line, whereas if we took this back over an hour ago, you can see that it was just clusters of thunderstorms here and there, as opposed to the big line of strong storms that we're seeing right now. Yeah, the Caboolture one's got a hail core for sure. Oh, righto, wow. 66 decibels, 68 decibels. Possibly giant hailstones developing in this one. Oh, not giant, large hailstones, sorry. Just outside of Biburrum. Wow, okay, that's impressive. And even this thunderstorm here that's going to move south of Jimboomba, I hope. 62 decibels. And we've got some rotation as well in this one here. None of these storms are overly windy. Yeah, so that's going to move south. And that should go into Bow Desert. So just the answer to the Bow Desert question again, likely to see something with this thunderstorm's current trajectory. Yeah, that's now creeping out to the south. And it looks like the Ipswich one's going to kind of break apart right now. Three-centimetre hail in Woodford, 60 millimetres. Far out. Yeah, I believe that. So Woodford is our storm... Hang on, I'm getting so lost. I believe it is up here around the Caboolture area. Yeah, it is. I had a brain fart. I thought it was outside of Ipswich. But yeah, our Woodford storm, 3-centimetre hailstones now, so nothing crazy, but that's still large. And 60 millimetres. Now, Caboolture, you need to be off the road. Our northern suburbs of Caboolture up towards Biburrum. Get the car inside now. Get home. Don't race home, but get home as fast and as safe as possible. Beerwah, I think you're okay. I believe you're okay. Bribie Island, you're now on notice as well. And the northern areas of Caboolture, you're also on notice. So anywhere north of the Caboolture Centre and north, so Alimba, Wamarun, yeah, big hail coming your way that could cause some damage to vehicles, and some very heavy rainfall that will cause flash flooding. You want to be out of the way of these thunderstorms when they move through. Yeah, so much lightning activity now developing in this one here down around Rathdowney. Anything in Greenbank? Yeah, we've got our big Ipswich storm that's moving towards the Greenbank area. It's likely now that this storm here, outside of Ipswich, so Ipswich I can say for sure is not going to receive hail. Very, very unlikely right now. But for Greenbank, we're looking at this storm potentially arriving with maybe a bit of heavy rainfall. But it's breaking apart now, this storm, by the looks of it. Oh. Really is beginning to break apart. And our Brisbane webcam as well. If we can just get some of the latest imagery. A lot of rainfall shrouding the view right now. There is a bit of rainfall now pushing into the Brisbane area. And just to refresh this, I'm very interested to see what we see in the Woodford area. Wamarun. That's an observation site that I'm going to be very, very keen to see shortly. Oh, look at that hail core develop. Wow. So this is at Beerburrum here, 5mm straight away. 23 mil, or 30 degrees to 23 degrees very quickly. There's no wind in this cell either. No wind at all. And some big precipitation rates as well developing. Just north of Caboolture, there's big rainfall. Caboolture to Redcliffe, a little bit calmer, but you're still going to be looking at some heavy rainfall soon. Wamuran. Thank you very much, Moonlight, for that. 74 decibels. It can't be 74 decibels. No, it's not. Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong storm. Oh, no, it is 74 decibels. Okay, my apologies. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. This is a very dangerous thunderstorm. North of Caboolture, this is extremely dangerous. 74 decibels, we're talking about giant hailstones. Yeah. Alright, so north of Caboolture, this is... I don't want to step on any toes here and say that this is an emergency situation, but it very much is now. Alimba, Beerburrum, Wamurun, anywhere towards the east of Woodford, including Diagla, through the Glasshouse Mountains here. This is a very, very strong thunderstorm. It's not going to impact anywhere in Uzbekistan, mate, but I appreciate the tip. Thank you very much for your kind words. This is Port Louis. But yeah, through the Glasshouse Mountains north of Caboolture, this is an extremely dangerous thunderstorm now. Have a look at this. Latest reflectivity readings coming through on this, which is the terrible version of the radar. 68 decibels. We've got it confirmed at 74 decibels. Yeah, wow. Okay, so anyone in this kind of area here, this includes Alimba and out towards the Pacific Highway here, including the Glasshouse Mountains area and Beerburrum. Inside now, car inside, get off the road, pull over if you have to, find shelter. 74 decibels is extremely intense precipitation, and we're likely talking about some very significant hailstones developing in that storm as well. They could be, with 74 decibels, we could be talking anywhere up to about 3.5 to 5, even 6 centimeters in diameter. And a lot of rainfall. This is extremely slow moving. Flash flooding is a big risk. Get inside now. It is imperative that you do so. That's a very, very dangerous thunderstorm. And just to really hone in on the geography here, this includes all of Beerburrum and all of the communities out here towards the east of Beerburrum. I'm pretty sure the majority of this area is relatively sparsely populated. Diagla, you should be fine. Woodford, you should also be fine. The storm's passing over now. Alimba and places north of 6 Mile Creek and right up towards Glasshouse Mountains, and then over towards Bribie Island and out towards Donnybrook. This is an extremely powerful thunderstorm. 74 decibels. And we've also got some pretty significant reflectivity readings coming off this, velocity readings. 60 miles an hour, we're talking closer to 100 kilometers an hour there. Now, I don't think that there's a tornado on the ground, obviously, with this thunderstorm. It's strong, but it's, not that strong. But if a storm would produce a tornado today, the fact that this is intensified so quickly... Yeah. So basically the green in this indicates a very intense thunderstorm. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. So yeah, we've got a very, very intense thunderstorm moving into Bibbarum. If we can just get an update here, which... not just yet. I imagine BOM will update this warning very, very quickly. No, this is their latest warning as of 8 minutes ago. Okay, so this is what we're looking at here rainfall-wise. 61mm at Berryman Road in the 30 minutes to 3:45 p.m. 55mm at Mulgoey Road. So just to locate both of these places here, this is just outside the Laidley area, 61 and 55mm respectively in half an hour. And then 52mm at Rockside Mountain, which I believe is up here, just outside of Caboolture. So these are extremely high precipitation storms. And we've got another one here. This is also a separate severe thunderstorm warning coming into the Strathpine area. Should pass north of Brisbane, but we're going to see some heavy rainfall in about half an hour through the Strathpine area. Confirm Hook. Yeah, it's holding on to the 70 plus decibels as well, 72.5. Far out. That is a monster of a storm. That's the strongest thunderstorm I've seen in southeast Queensland since that outbreak in late October. Hands down as well, and it's giving that a run for its money just based off intensity. And I imagine rainfall's now beginning to pick up right through Brisbane as well. But it's also not that crazy in the Brisbane area right now, and it's not going to be for a while. If you are brand new to the channel, of course, please do consider subscribing, and also leave a like on the video while you're at it, or on the stream as well while you're at it. It'll be massively, massively appreciated. These are some extremely significant thunderstorms, that's for sure. Thunder in Redland Bay area, steady falls. Going to be a thunderstorm in Queensland? Yeah, well, I mean, the thunderstorm's already going. Logan City, not yet, but the rainfall will start momentarily. Just light rainfall, albeit. Lightning going to be picking up near Brisbane. I imagine towards the north of Brisbane for sure. It's going to be picking up soon. Also got a bit of rainfall developing now outside of the Gold Coast. A separate cell looks to be getting itself going. That's going to move into the Burleigh Waters area shortly. Nothing to be worried about here. That's unlikely to get up to severe status before it gets itself offshore. There's still a strong cell down there. Our Rathdoni cell is beginning to weaken off as well. Oh, hang on, no, that's a completely separate thunderstorm here. So our thunderstorm that was moving through Woodinbong has split. We've got the Rathdoni cell now, and then the one down in towards Woodinbong, or away from Woodinbong, moving out towards Kyogle. Neither of those storms are overly crazy or concerning right now, but definitely we're looking at Bow Desert and imminent risk of severe thunderstorm activity. Heavy rainfall, potential for hail as well. Wow, it's all happening. This is the beauty of live coverage. We're watching this unfold right now, and it's really beginning to get itself going through southeast Queensland. Really, really getting itself going. This, yeah, Bibbarum storm, that's extremely concerning. It looks like it's going to pass just north of Bibbarum, though. And I mean like a kilometre north. The worst of it, because the hail core is actually pretty small, all things considered. But if we were to kind of extrapolate its movement here, just on the northeastern face of Bibbarum Mountain is about where it's going to get quite bad. Yeah, take extreme care if you're moving through this area of Queensland. This website's called windy.com. Wow. Just to see if we can get an update on the Bibbarum storm. Hopefully it's dropping off a little bit. 72 decibels still going. Whoa. Rathdoni storm's also got 60 decibels in it, so we could be seeing hail there. Our Boona storm is just a boatload of rainfall coming through, and our storm that's now moving towards the north of Ipswich, in fact, that looks like it's being absorbed a little bit towards the north of Lowood. So over the Wivenhoe outlook, the rainfall there is pretty steady, but it's nothing crazy, and it actually looks like it's weakening off a little bit. And by the time it gets itself in towards Strathpine and the northern suburbs of Brisbane, which is where it's headed, it will likely be a little bit weaker. This Toogoolawah storm as well is going to be one to watch in the next kind of 15-20 minutes too. But yeah, for now, Ipswich definitely in the all clear on the hail front. And the glasshouse, and it is belting down. Mitchell will take extreme care because it would be absolutely belting down, that's for sure. Yes, Moonlight, I most certainly am. Caloundra getting a lot of rainfall right now? Yeah, I can imagine it would be. It's just kind of a waiting game to see what the radar updates has. It has just updated. It's passed north of Bibaram, like only just 67 decibels. We're talking about large hailstones. I imagine the giant hailstones have avoided Bibaram if there were giant hailstones in this storm. But yeah, so the worst of the storm right now is located right here. This radar's about a couple of minutes behind. But yeah, just north of Bibaram, but it would be absolutely flogging down through Bibaram and the Glasshouse Mountains. You'd be talking about some of the most intense rainfall you've seen in a while. Very large rainfall totals in Bibaram. John, how much are we talking about, do you reckon? Because if I had to put a number on it, we'd be looking at minimum 10 millimetres every few minutes. West of Warwick, what are we looking at west of Warwick? Oh yeah, some good storms developing out here, Inglewood. Now that's a cell that's getting itself going. That is one that we're going to have to watch as well. Toowoomba radar is what we want. Holy dooly, look at this one go. Whew, 73 decibels. So this is stronger than the Bibaram one. This is the strongest storm that we've got in Australia right now. And some pretty good rotation as well beginning to develop in this storm. So we've got another supercell thunderstorm down here. That's moved just east of Inglewood. And if I had to give a bit of a track forecast on this thunderstorm here, we're probably looking at something that's going to end up in the Clifton or Elora area, but it will likely be a little bit weaker by the time it gets up there. But yeah, definitely anyone in this kind of vicinity here, just towards the west of Leslie Dam outside of Warwick, one to watch. This is a strong thunderstorm in the making. Big thunderstorm in the making. Boona storms joining, yeah. So these thunderstorms here are joining just south of Jimboomba. Such a fiddly website, this one. So they're all joining up, and they're moving on this direction here. So Jimboomba will dodge it. Rathdoni's only getting clipped, but this is going to go into the hinterland area in the next 25, 35, 40 minutes or so, and then eventually into the Gold Coast in about 45 minutes with heavy rainfall. And that's probably about it. Timothy, good to have you watching from Clearwater in the United States. Florida, I believe. Yes, Florida. Just north of Bibaram is a caravan park. Yeah, they would be getting drenched. Yeah, afternoon thunderstorms, because there's so much more heat in the atmosphere and so much more instability. For thunderstorms, you need a couple of key ingredients. You need moisture, you need heat, you need humidity, moisture, and that heat and moisture comes together to create CAPE, which is convective available potential energy. Now, you don't have convective available potential energy in large quantities at night because it's cooler, and sometimes into the early evening hours it's also quite dry. But in the late afternoon hours where you've got that moisture coming in off the coast as a sea breeze kind of pulls in, and then that meets up with all of that dry air out in towards the east, or in this case the west. I'm used to Western Australia thunderstorms where it's out in the east, but here you've got the moisture from the east and the heat from the west, and that combines and creates areas of high CAPE, high energy basically, and that's what sets the thunderstorms off most often in the afternoon. And it's purely a coincidence that these are occurring mostly on the weekends right now. There's nothing wacky going on behind the scenes. It's just purely a coincidence right now. Moreton Bay update, well, these thunderstorms beginning to pour into the Moreton Bay area right now, not in a significant capacity. I believe this thunderstorm here towards the north of Ipswich is kind of dying off. Whether or not it actually makes it into Brisbane as a severe thunderstorm is a big question mark right now, but I definitely think the Moreton Bay area and along the Moreton Bay coastline all clear for severe thunderstorms for now. Yeah, Bubaram, you guys dodged a bomb on the rainfall side of things. I appreciate the donation as well. Storm at Logan. Nothing around the Logan area right now. In fact, the closest strong storm is this one here outside of Boonah. This is just a rainy mess of cells that's moving towards the east-southeast, so out towards the Gold Coast area. Logan, which is located right about here. Just a little bit of drizzly rainfall is going to come in on the backside of this storm here. And I think all of this stuff here is going to perish before it gets out to Logan. So Logan is storm-free for the time being. Feeling lucky in Maroochydore. Lucky as in you're looking for a thunderstorm, because if you're looking for a thunderstorm, well, you are going to get one. Got a thunderstorm here out around the Palmwoods area that's pushing into the Sunshine Coast and the Maroochydore area right now. Caloundra is about to get some pretty heavy rainfall as well, if it hasn't started raining heavily there. But from Maroochydore, about 15 minutes or so, you get some pretty heavy rainfall and maybe a good lightning strike or two as well. This is a very strong thunderstorm here outside of, or towards the west of Warwick, well towards the west of Warwick, all things considered. See if we can get an update on the Brisbane weather live webcam. Yeah, so it is now. It's just kind of that rainy, big raindrop, drizzly stuff that's falling across the Brisbane area, which is the worst type of rainfall that we could have on this stream, because what I'm looking for is storm structure, and you can't see it when the webcam is shrouded with rainfall. I'd really like to be seeing the Boonah storm right now, but no luck. But yeah, the rainfall is beginning to pick up into the Brisbane area, and you'll be able to feel the memo that all of these storms are pretty rainfall dominant. There's just a lot of rainfall in each and every one of these thunderstorms into the Brisbane area. Oh. Where in Australia gets the most storms? It's kind of a toss-up, it is. Southeast Queensland, northeast New South Wales has the most severe thunderstorm activity anywhere in Australia by a country mile, but the northwest and Kimberley region in Western Australia has the most lightning days on average, about 140 to 170 in any given year. Oh wow. Now major sponsor, number one computer shop in Ipswich, has just gifted everybody 5 channel sponsorships, so thank you very much. Go and check out those in Ipswich for all of your tech needs. Support those that support me. How many decibels? I imagine you'd be asking about the Bubaram storm. Let's go and have a look at that. Looks like 60 here, but we're looking at the Toowoomba radar, which is terrible for the Bubaram storm because it's looking through a whole bunch of storms anyway. Yeah, the 63 decibels, it's beginning to weaken off. So that thunderstorm basically just blew up. And then as quick as it blew up, it collapsed in on itself. And of course, it just had to do it over a population centre as well. And then our old mate down here towards the west of Warwick. A bit hard to say because it is kind of on the fringe areas of this radar coverage here. 65 to 70 decibels. We're looking at large hailstones in here. And winds are quite strong. It looks like we're getting pretty consistent reports between 40 to 60 kilometres an hour. Another storm here developing outside of Texas along the New South Wales-Queensland border. And of course, all of our high precipitation, messy thunderstorms now moving into the Boonah area right now. In fact, that is a pretty big hook echo. We've got some good rotation just outside of Coralbin and Beaudesert right now. Yeah, wow. Pretty impressive. Very impressive, these thunderstorms. But yeah, these are just rainy or rain-dominated messes they are. That's kind of all there is to these thunderstorms that are in the scenic rim right now. They're just rainy, sloppy messes. Apart from the Coolabrin one, which is actually reasonably organised. But it's just nasty in the way of rainfall. Chunky Monkey, thank you for becoming a channel sponsor. Loving the name. Can't wait to put that at the end of every video update, which, if you become a channel sponsor, you'll be mentioned at the end of every video update as one of my most valuable supporters. Cricket only, Bribey update. Rainfall should be beginning to build in the Bribey Island area, but it looks like these thunderstorms that have moved through Caboolture have fallen apart at the last minute. And it looks like for Bribey, it's just going to be a little bit of moderate rainfall, maybe 5 millimeters or so of the stuff. Maybe a little bit of thunder and lightning. But yeah, nothing crazy there. This thunderstorm here, Kilcoy, get the car inside. Definitely get the car inside. That is a quickly developing thunderstorm, 67 decibels. Good rotation as well within. Moving up towards Kilcoy now. Definitely get the car inside. It's moved over to Goolawah. And it's now crossing in towards Kilcoy. 69.5 decibels, getting close to 70 decibels in there. Big hail likely falling 2, 3, maybe even 4 centimeters in diameter. So Kilcoy in about 15 minutes. That is one strong thunderstorm. Wham, you run out of power. That does not surprise me in the slightest. Yeah, that really does not surprise me in the slightest at all. So, okay, just to recap on the severe thunderstorm warning, if that's something that you've been looking at, this Caboolture storm here is now on the weakening side of things. It's going to move south of Caloundra and clip the northern side of Bribey Island. We've got a strong thunderstorm out here in the middle of the Somerset region that should be severe warned. That's going to go straight in towards Kilcoy and then up into the western edges of the Sunshine Coast. This thunderstorm here is questionable as to whether or not it's severe, and then these cells here around Boonah have just upscaled dramatically. The Boonah storm is upscaled dramatically, and that's going in towards the Bow Desert area now with some pretty significant rainfall. This one here, no longer severe warned. So there's severe thunderstorm activity occurring in these red circles, and then the rest of it is for the most part non-severe stuff. If that makes sense, if that's what you've been looking at. Oh, Chunky Monkey, 20 channel sponsorships. There's some very lucky people there. Thank you very much for doing that. 2 centimeter hailstones southwest of Kilcoy. That's not very big at all. And considering the reflectivity that's coming off that, I'm surprised that it's not dramatically bigger. So what have we seen rainfall-wise so far? 45 millimeters now at Delaney's Creek. And our biggest fall so far, Mulgoey, 57 millimeters in the last hour. 73 millimeters so far at Berryman Road since 9 a.m. and 49 millimeters at Delaney Creek. And now at Maddock Dam here just outside of Beerburrum, 29 millimeters. I imagine that's going to jump up pretty quick very, very soon. Oh, we've got flood warnings for the Bremer River at 5 Mile Bridge. So these thunderstorms have dropped enough rainfall now to cause the Bremer River to go under a flood watch. And this is the initial minor flood warning now for the Bremer River. So what that means is they're now expecting flooding in the Bremer River just towards the north of Ipswich. Wow, okay, I didn't expect that to... and we're getting very close to our flood warning, which is 2 meters. So, wow, interesting. They've dropped the warning for very dangerous severe thunderstorms. So we're no longer expecting giant hailstones. However, again, like with this storm here towards the west of Warwick and how that is developing right now, I would be shocked if that didn't drop giant hailstones, at least at one point. And it's funny how they always run up the highways as well. I mean, it makes it pretty easy to storm chase, but yeah, that's going to cause carnage for people on the roads if that's got giant hailstones. Bremer always floods. Oh, okay. This is why I need to be in Queensland, because the local knowledge is just second to none. Steady light rain in Palm Beach. Lovely to hear. Crypto Tiger, thank you for the kind words. Big rainfall south of Jimboomba. Bow Desert is about to get some pretty significant rainfall starting now. I imagine it's getting quite heavy. Boonah, it's beginning to ease off by the looks of things. But yeah, for Curlbin, there's a lot of rainfall moving through there. This will eventually go in towards the Tamborine Mountain area, maybe. I think Tamborine Mountain is a little bit too far north, but definitely into the Springbrook National Park, Binnaburra, which has been our wettest spot so far, this thunderstorm outbreak. We'll be seeing some big rainfall accumulations through a few of those spots in the next, 20 minutes or so. Clouds are separating now at Clifton. Rain cloudy, but it seems to have stopped. Carilbin. Thank you very much, Reese, for the pronunciation correction. Any storms to the northern Gold Coast? Not right now. Light rain at the moment in the northeast of New South Wales around Murray-Willumbah. Yeah, nothing too crazy developing there. And it actually looks like our Woodenbong storm down in the Kyogle area outside of Nimbin has collapsed, like fallen apart in the last 15 minutes. So that's no longer a severe thunderstorm threat at all. Caloundra, heavy rainfall starting now, and for the next 15 minutes, heavy rainfall and maybe some small hailstones there. Maroochydore as well, next 15 minutes, heavy rainfall possible. And then we've got this thunderstorm up here outside of Kadanga, which is going to go in towards Kenilworth, I believe, in about an hour. This got some heavy rainfall, and I expect this to just upscale with all of these thunderstorms here, and we're going to see another line of thunderstorms moving into the Sunshine Coast in about an hour or so, but that's just my take. I'll need to look on that soon. Debbie, thank you very much. I'll enjoy that coffee. That is massively appreciated. Thank you very much. My Wollonbar. Oh, wow. Chunky Monkey. Oh. I don't know what to say, mate. That's extremely, massively appreciated. Thank you very, very much for that. I don't do this for the numbers at all. I do it because I genuinely enjoy it. But now that it is at the size where it is, like, it's a genuine assistance to a lot of people, and I know that. So, thank you very, very much for that. Massively, massively appreciated, and thank you to everybody as well that's watching as well. So, But yeah, these thunderstorms, they're not stopping anytime soon, so I will not be stopping anytime soon when there's severe thunderstorms. Doesn't matter. I think collectively in the month of November, I've had, maybe about 50 hours of sleep so far, just with these severe thunderstorms really keeping me on my toes, but I wouldn't trade it for anything else. Gotta say, those white monsters, they keep the blood pumping. Yeah, and I second everything that the guys in the chat are saying as well. Very, very, very much appreciated. Nimbin was 39 decibels. Nah, so the Nimbin storm is falling apart. You can see it's 50 or 39 decibels here, but if we went back 30 minutes ago, you can see out here the same storm outside of Kyogle was 55 decibels, so it's a lot weaker now as it moves into Nimbin, and I imagine the rainfall is just going to peter out very, very soon. This one here is Radar Scope. I couldn't recommend Radar Scope enough as well. I'd be keen to know how much rainfall is falling around the Brisbane area, particularly in the southern suburbs, or the suburbs just to the south of Brisbane, and also into the Strathpine area. Is it heavy, or is it just kind of that sporadic large raindrop type stuff that we're used to seeing in more outback style of thunderstorms? Eight millimeters in Brisbane so far. Whereabouts in Brisbane approximately? Not much here at the Gabba. Yeah, so I imagine it's just kind of those large raindrops coming through. Yeah, nothing too crazy. That's good to hear. Definitely with these thunderstorms that are developing out in this part of Queensland, because generally when we see storms developing out here, they end up on a collision course in the Brisbane area. Actually, in terms of what we're looking at wind-wise in the atmosphere, looks like these thunderstorms are moving in a bit of a different direction to normal. Yeah, so they're going to be heading west to east, which means for Brisbane to see massive thunderstorms later we need storms to develop out here, which they're beginning to do so. But yeah, this is an ongoing situation for Brisbane. This is very much an ongoing situation. Heavy, large, constant rain, not too crazy, just a nice breeze. That's great to hear. And I imagine that is the story across much of Brisbane. It's just those big raindrops that are falling at a pretty steady pace. What storm is this one here? So this is just outside of Woodford and Kilcoy. That's got a lot of lightning in it. That's a storm to watch. Oh, our SES volunteers. They do not get enough credit. They worked tirelessly through Cyclone Alfred. They are the unsung heroes of southeast Queensland. The SES volunteers and anyone that helps in storm recovery and repair, they are our unspoken and unsung heroes in southeast Queensland. They do an incredible job. And it always brings a warm feeling to me when I read an email or a comment from an SES volunteer saying, oh, thank you for your forecast. My team and I used it and we were able to help people. That always makes me smile as well. So our SES, they're the backbone of southeast Queensland during events like this. 65 decibels in the Kilcoy storm. It's going to pass just south of Kilcoy, so we're not expecting hail in the Kilcoy area, but Villeneuve here, I've butchered the pronunciation, and then eventually out towards, oh my goodness, what's going on here? Nearham, and I think it's going to fall apart before it makes it towards Diagla, but yeah, Villeneuve here, or Villeneuve, or whatever it's called, definitely possible to see some hail and some strong wind gusts as well. Oh, Chunky Monkey again, thank you so much. Massively appreciated. And, I mean, not going to be able to write all of the sponsors' names at the end of the videos. We're going to have to create a couple of rolling screens as well. Yep. Still a very stormy picture, but it looks like right now we're not seeing supercell thunderstorms anymore, at least through immediate southeastern Queensland. I know this was a thunderstorm that caught a few people's eye because it was a supercell when it was out here around the Thornton and the Laidley area about an hour ago, but as it's kind of moved off in this direction here, it's weakened off, and it is just, for lack of a better term, a blob of rainfall. Wow. All I could want is to give the best weather advice to as many people as possible. So I'm very happy to see that that's what a lot of people are seeing as well. Missy Moo, thank you for your generous donation. Oh, and thank you for your ongoing support as well. I see your name quite a lot, especially in the YouTube live feed. So thank you very much. Big boom on the Gold Coast. Yep, these thunderstorms out here around the Beaudesert area, they've now passed over Beaudesert, or just towards the south of Beaudesert, even though Beaudesert is about to get the heaviest bit of rainfall that they've got from these thunderstorms. It looks like this storm is going to pass just south of the Gold Coast. Once again, Gold Coast Dome turned on, and it's cranking to the max as well. Tweed Heads should see some heavy rainfall. Burleigh Waters as well, down to Coolangatta. Beautiful spot as well. Love walking down there. But this is a slow-moving thunderstorm. In fact, it looks like Rathdownie might actually see the edge of this thunderstorm as well. Some heavy rainfall developing around the Rathdownie area too. All possible. I'm kind of doubtful as to whether or not it will make it to the Gold Coast with heavy rainfall. It's likely to just be light stuff by the time it gets to the coast. Strong cell north of Leyburn. We've got our Crow's Nest one here, and then up around here we've got strong cells 2. This one is not dropping large hailstones. Do we have an update here? 402. So an update should be coming out soon. It's at 407. Yeah, so we've seen this one already. Be good to get an update on this one, actually. No update on the rainfall accumulations just yet. Last 1 hour of falls. Still, of course, our big stuff out here around Malgoe. And then just checking back in on the webcam here, it's just shrouded in precipitation. Heavy rainfall in Southport. crank up the Barbie. It'd be a pretty wet one unless you've got it under cover, but in the way of severe thunderstorm activity, at least for the next couple of hours, Gold Coast, particularly around the Southport area, should be clear. Put a good stake on for me, mate, if you're going to do so. Will there be any hail in Gatton? Considering they're on the backside of these thunderstorms right now, I'm inclined to say no, but we're still seeing thunderstorms developing here and there out in this part of Queensland, which would throw them into the Gatton one, or the Gatton area. So I'm not going to say no for Gatton just yet. Until the dry line, which I estimate to be somewhere around here, moves over Gatton, which is located here, probably about 2 hours away. The risk is there, but for now there's no hail imminent for Gatton. Anything else coming towards the Warwick area? Yeah, clusters of thunderstorms right now, and we've also got this strong one here. Now, it looks like it's heading on this direction here, which would put it somewhere between Warwick and Elora, but considering the steering flow in the atmosphere, especially if this does get, or if this doesn't get quite strong, if it remains comparatively a little bit weaker, and likely not very dangerous, it should be pushed in towards the Warwick area. And the reason why I say that is storms that are a little bit weaker, they get steered by the 700 HPA winds, which today are moving from west to east, whereas storms a little bit higher up in the atmosphere get pushed by the 500 HPA winds when they're a little bit stronger, which are moving from kind of the west-southwest to the east-northeast. It's a bit of an exaggeration, that arrow there, but this thunderstorm here, if it's strong, will head up towards Elora. If it's weaker, it'll head in towards Warwick, and even if it is weaker, we're looking at heavy rainfall for Warwick either way, I would say so. When will the storms end for the Gold Coast? Not for at least 16 to 18 hours or so. There's going to be on and off thunderstorms around the Gold Coast for a good stretch of time. 38 millimetres north of Rathdowney. Is that all? Alara, thank you very much. 38 millimetres north of Rathdowney. I'm honestly inclined to say, is that all? This thunderstorm's got a lot of rainfall in it. Rathdowney is actually about to get some pretty significant rainfall from this severe thunderstorm, and maybe even some hail as well. It's slowly creeping towards the south. It's really, really quite powerful, this one. And yeah, no rotation in it though, so it's not a supercell. It's just a big messy cluster of thunderstorms right now. I'm going to see if I can find any pictures of flooding or hail. I strongly doubt that I'll be able to right now, because I don't think there'll be any out there. But yeah, definitely got some pretty good stuff coming through, that's for sure, on the rainfall side of things. A lot of rainfall through southeast Queensland, I can't honestly, and I don't have time to filter through Facebook. Moving into Strathpine, the remnants of that thunderstorm, it's kind of developing though into the Samford Valley. Definitely expect some heavy rainfall in a bit of a narrow corridor here up to the Brisbane River. So this will include the airport in about 20 minutes or so, and then Strathpine right now till about 10 minutes away from now. Definitely some heavy rainfall can be expected. Yeah, that Sarah Allen, that Rathdowney one is the big storm in the Scenic Rim. This has got some heavy rainfall. It's not long-lasting heavy rainfall. It's about 5 minutes of 100 mil an hour. So we're talking about falls here between 10 to 15 millimetres on top of what the kind of sporadic stuff is dropping. Not a storm to be concerned about, but definitely one that could drop some rainfall. Look at the Kilcoy one go. Look at the lightning in this one. Wow. This is a light show. And this is going up towards the Pachester area as well. Biburrum might actually get a second hiding, in all honesty. Pachester, Crystal Waters. This is upscaling, so it's not a supercell right now, by the way. It's upscaling. But moving in this direction here, in about, I'd say 30 minutes for Pachester, and then maybe 45 minutes if it's going to make it towards Malini or Biburrum. Most likely as a non-severe storm. It looks like it's going to weaken off by the time it gets up there. But yeah, wow. That's a light show and a half, and also got some pretty heavy rainfall because it is relatively slow moving. Ipswich, rain is about to stop now, or in the next couple of minutes or so. This honestly looks like it's on a beeline for Warwick, actually. Warwick, I'm going to say in about half an hour you may have a thunderstorm, and there is hail in this one. There's definitely hail. Oh. Got to actually click on it. I don't know why that's not working. Oh. I've not used... Sorry about that. Sorry to anyone using headphones as well. Oh, geez, look at the rotation in this one. So yeah, 65 decibels has got hail in it. But look at the wind speeds, 67 miles per hour. In kilometers an hour, that is ballpark 105. Someone check my math there. So large hailstones, this is going straight for Warwick. This could be a strong storm by the time it gets in towards Warwick. If it doesn't weaken off from where it is right now, that's going to give Warwick some severe thunderstorm action. Definitely one to be watching. Very, very closely, that's for sure. Beerwah could cop it twice. Beerburrum is more likely to cop it twice, but yeah, Beerwah as well could cop it. That is such a slow-moving storm. These storms up on the Sunshine Coast are so slow-moving. Like right now, Nambour and Caloundra are getting pretty much smashed with heavy rainfall. Chunky Monkey again with 5 channel sponsorships. Mate, I'm honestly not going to have any room at the end of these videos to shout out all of my wonderful channel sponsors, so I'm very, very grateful for that. These storms are incredibly rainfall dominant. I have seen wetter storms in southeast Queensland, particularly in the later months of the storm season, but I've never seen storms this wet in the month of November. This is twisted. Look at how many storms we've got up on the Sunshine Coast now. So obviously we've got our big storm up here. This is upscaling into just heavy rainfall and some strong wind gusts. And then we've got our Kilcoy storm in here. This is just the lightning one that's dropping a lot of lightning and also some small hailstones and heavy rainfall. And then our Caloundra one, which is extremely slow moving, pushing into Caloundra right now. And then we've got our Beaudesert one, our Rathdowney one here towards the north of Rathdowney. It's a lot bigger than what that map says. I mean, so have a look at this. It's from Beaudesert to about halfway to Rathdowney, whereas on the radar... Yeah, so the severe thunderstorm warning is for this area here. Whereas in actual fact, the heavy rainfall extends right down towards Rathdowney and a little bit further north of Beaudesert. Interesting. But yeah, still got some very heavy rainfall in that one. Moving slowly towards the southeast. And like I said, this Warwick one here, which I believe is going to pass just north of Warwick, pretty much in line with what this forecast suggests. But considering its recent motion, I wouldn't be surprised if it just went over Warwick itself. In fact, it looks like it is kind of on a beeline for Warwick right now. If it misses Warwick, it's not going to miss Warwick by much. Troy Connolly, thank you for becoming a channel sponsor. Alex, thank you so much. Everything went around your North Lakes. I'm not laughing at that fact, I'm laughing at the emoji. Some of these YouTube ones are hilarious. But yeah, this is the fact of thunderstorms. They are hit and miss. They really hit and miss in southeast Queensland. And we've seen all sorts of tracks from thunderstorms. We've seen storms moving like this today. We've seen storms moving like this today. We've seen storms like the Wooden Bong one, which go around and loop the loop and then peter out and die in spots that they shouldn't. These storms have had extremely erratic tracks today, which is what we expected because we didn't actually have a significant steering flow in the atmosphere today. But yeah, these storms have been erratic, that's for sure. This is really... It's heavy rainfall, but it's big raindrops in the Brisbane area. Poor Warwick, yeah. Thornlands. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the Thornlands area is up here outside of Strathpine. But yeah, this storm here is dropping heavy rainfall right over the top of Strathpine. In fact, on the latest radar imagery, it looks like it's trying to develop a little bit more rainfall out towards its western flank. This may clip Brisbane with heavy rainfall. Our webcam's located right here, and it's looking in this direction here. But I'll be interested to see if rainfall does actually pick up. It looks like it's dropping off a little bit right now. Oh, Thornlands is Redlands. Yeah, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning in the Redlands area, but it's not that strong. There's just a bit of rainfall. Caloundra, I don't think there's hail in the Caloundra one. If it is, it's small. We don't have giant hailstones up here. It's just heavy rainfall. It's the same as what went through Beerburrum. Just the heavens unleash, for lack of a better term, the heavens unleash and drop a ton of rainfall really, really quickly. And that's what we're seeing in Caloundra. Slow-moving, severe thunderstorm. And it's been on top of Caloundra for the past hour. You know what, I wouldn't be surprised if we were looking at 50 plus millimetres around the Caloundra area. Delaney's Creek, another 40 millimetres in the last hour. Benabara here, 32 millimetres. Curralbin, however you say it, 35 millimetres. Rathdoney, 42 millimetres. You can't tell me that Rathdoney is not in a severe thunderstorm if they saw 42 millimetres in 20 minutes. I imagine the weather station is just north of Rathdoney, about here. But, yeah, they're having some big rainfall there. This thunderstorm is also beginning to kind of patch. It's becoming a little bit more patchy, and the rainfall is becoming a little bit less intense. So whilst it will cross over into the border ranges, the Springbrook area, and through the Glasshouse Mountains, it's likely to be significantly weaker. 48 mil at Caloundra. Makes sense. Clifton just missing the Leyburn storm. Yep, it will. So this storm here won't make it to the Gold Coast in any significant capacity. However, we're beginning to see precipitation increase north of it, up to Pimpama once again, north of Sanctuary Curve and Coomera. 50 millimetres at Curralbin. I imagine that's some personal weather station data in the local vicinity. And of course, if you haven't already, please do consider subscribing. No better place to get your weather information from, I like to believe at least. But yeah, big thunderstorms forecast later tonight as well. So I imagine this live coverage is going to go for a while longer. Might have a quick break soon, in about an hour or so, but we'll be running coverage until these storms drop off. Lots of lightning at Kilcoy? Sure would be. Yeah, this Kilcoy storm is just firing off lightning left, right, and centre. Actually, if we have a look at the... Oh yeah, so our Warwick storm is now moving. It's just done a bit of a westerly jog. It also looks a little bit weaker on reflectivity, but it's just as strong on the... Yeah, our Kilcoy storm is just... it's a massive flashbang, it is. There's so much lightning in it. It's also got some pretty good rotation and likely some very strong wind gusts as well, up around the 80 to 90 kilometre an hour mark. But yeah, hail possible in that one. Nothing massive. Honestly, this Caloundra storm, though, might actually have some hail a little bit further inland. Yeah, wow, that's possible. Out here, just outside of Bells Creek, there could be some hail in this area here. So throughout Western Caloundra and around the airport, we may be seeing some hail. I don't think it's anything over about 2 centimetres, but we may be seeing some hail pretty soon. 1 centimetre hail in Kilcoy, yeah, pea-sized. It was quite small. Rotation is where these thunderstorms spin. So supercell thunderstorms rotate. It's not like a tropical cyclone, but supercell thunderstorms are organised and they rotate. And yeah, it's literally like spinning, it is, so like that. This Warwick storm, that's got to be on a beeline for Warwick. There's a lot of lightning in that one as well. Yeah, I honestly think that is on a beeline for Warwick. I genuinely think that Warwick's going to get something from that. Nadata, thank you for becoming a channel sponsor. Brad, you got some hail while you're fishing at Bly Bly. Wow. Not nice. I don't think this Warwick one's anything too crazy. But, yeah, maybe 2 centimetres. It actually depends. We've got to go and look at the Toowoomba radar for that. We're actually on the Toowoomba radar. Massive storm developing down here in the northeast of New South Wales. So this is our Leyburn Warwick storm right now. 64 decibels. Oh, Drop Bear, thank you very much. Get some guava monsters. Nice. I sure will. Hail core developing in the Warwick storm. Oh, I mean, it's hailing, but I mean, it's not crazy. I might be becoming pretty complacent to the storms that we're seeing today through southeast Queensland, but this is not a crazy thunderstorm. 2, maybe 3 centimetres. 3 centimetres is pushing into large territory. I'm going to wait a little bit longer until I call Warwick, but I definitely think Slade Vale pushing north to Elora. It's time to consider putting the car inside. Yeah, I'm going to say Slade Vale up to Elora. Get the car inside. Large hailstones developing in that area. Kilcoy storm is heading to Coolum. Sure is. Coolum, Maroochydore, whether or not it makes it up into that area, bit of a question mark at this point in time, but it is upscaling now. North of Woodford and then north of Birbarrum up towards Beerwah, likely to see some good rainfall very soon. Maleny, Flaxton, Conondale, Maroochydore, Coolum, Caloundra, and everywhere in between. Mooloolaba as well, all likely to see some good rainfall. But we've also got this thunderstorm up here, which my mug is blocking, I believe. So I'll pull it over towards here. But we've got this thunderstorm up here too. And this is heading in a southeasterly direction, whilst this one here is moving in towards a northeasterly direction. So both of these storms, one to watch. They're going to combine, but combining thunderstorms do not... that doesn't like compound in intensity. It just means that these thunderstorms merge into one. In fact, sometimes it hurts, especially organised thunderstorms like supercells, it hurts them. 11 millimetres in Brisbane northwest, so Strathpine. Good rainfall out there, that's nice. Wind is gone. Richmond, big storm. Yeah, this Bow Desert one is really beginning to peter out a little bit. Couple of bolts here and there, south of Jimboomba. A bit of a thunderstorm actually developing over the top of Jimboomba actually, but it's just outside. Jimboomba threaded the needle between these storms, wow. And same with Harrisville in all honesty. There was some heavy rainfall around the Harrisville area, but those areas really threaded the needle here. Big rainfall now developing around Binnaburra here on the border ranges. This is around the Springbrook and Natural Bridge area. This all looks like it's going to kind of follow along the border actually. And then we're going to be talking about Tweed Heads eventually. Strathpine should be seeing lightning right now. If it's not going to get it in the next hour or so. Small hail in Caloundra. That doesn't surprise me. Are we talking about Caloundra West? You see, out around the Bells Creek area, we're now seeing these reflectivity readings begin to climb. I would imagine that's about 2 centimetres in diameter. I don't think the Caloundra one's a dangerous one on the hail side of things, but it's definitely a dangerous one on the rainfall side. We've got some big accumulations. Rain starting in Warwick, there's a lot of storm activity around there. Logan Copping... Oh. Bit of raining in the Deception Bay area. Thank you very much, Mark, for watching. If you want to subscribe to the monthly forecasts on an ongoing basis, just give me an email and tell me what you want and I'll make it happen. South Gold Coast is going to get something. Yeah, it has been a long wait to see thunderstorm activity in the South Gold Coast, but unfortunately, you're not going to like the news I'm about to give you right now. Strong thunderstorm about an hour ago, got a little bit stronger just outside of Coolarban and Rathdowney. and it's weakening as it approaches the Gold Coast area. So South Gold Coast will get something in the way of rainfall if it's not already raining there now or spitting there now. But by the time this storm makes it out towards the Gold Coast area, it's likely to be a lot weaker. It's definitely going to be non-severe by that point. Rainfall will be pretty minimal, unfortunately. And yeah, I'm in Perth. Do I need to bring the birdcage in off the balcony in the Fortitude Valley? Whereabouts is that? Oh no, none of these storms have hooks. It's just a very messy, disorganized thunderstorm. And you can see it's also pretty patchy in nature. 26 decibels is light rain, and contrasting that with 40 to 50 decibels is nothing crazy. Not even by Southeast Queensland standards, it's not crazy at all. Warwick's about to be clipped by a thunderstorm. It's definitely a weaker one, moving into the Warwick area right now. But expect some heavy rain for the next couple of minutes. Unlikely hail. Brisbane CBD. I wouldn't rush to make any preparations for big storms in the Brisbane CBD. But I would probably say bring your birdcage in just for the next couple of minutes while the rain and storms pick up there. I'm hoping to get out into the wheat belt. Definitely if there's a good thunderstorm or two out in the wheat belt, I'll get out there, that's for sure. Oh, this Warwick one's beginning to fall apart. 60 decibels. Could be pulsing in and out. I mean, the winds aren't actually that strong anymore, isn't it? It's still got hail in it, though. Oh, look at the storm up here around Kilcoy. Wow, okay, so the Kilcoy storm's got some good hail in it. I don't know why I'm looking at the Marburg radar. The Marburg radar is, pardon my French, terrible. Wow, okay, so 67 decibels. Wow, okay, so we've got some pretty big hail now developing outside of the Kilcoy storm. This is a storm that we need to watch very closely. Michael, thank you for your generous donation. Yeah, Kilcoy, we need to watch the Kilcoy one. And actually, outside of Caloundra, oh, look at this. Over Little Mountain, 70 decibels. 71 decibels, in fact. Okay, so north of Caloundra, get the car inside immediately. Do not delay, stop the stream, and get the car inside right now. This is up towards Dickey Beach. You need to act now. All of, so Aruna, Dickey Beach, Curramundi, even Watala, you'll be talking about large hailstones moving there 4 centimeters plus, possible with 71 decibels. Yeah, do it now. If you wait 5 minutes, it'll be too late. Bells Creek, Little Mountain, even Caloundra West and Baringa, it's too late to stay inside. These hailstones are large, but get the car inside. Just make sure you are hail ready. Get your pets inside. Animals under cover if you can in the central parts of Caloundra, and even towards the north of Caloundra as well. It might be a bit of an overreaction up into the canals area pushing in towards Maroochydore, but it is, Mooloolaba rather, but it is probably a good idea. That's some big hail, and we've got big hail now developing in this thunderstorm here, moving into Crystal Waters, along with all of the lightning that's going to push in towards Maleni. This is a significant storm. No, it's 71 decibels at Little Mountain. It's strong. Very, very strong. Bells Creek, yeah, that makes sense. 4 centimeter hailstones. Yeah, this storm out here, which is outside of Kilcoy, this is going to eventually go on, and I'm expecting it to impact Maleni, Flaxton, and the northern parts of Birwa. Kind of anywhere within these lines here is where I'm expecting impacts of large, potentially even giant hailstones, particularly if it keeps developing. We're talking about Maleni having a giant hail impact possible. Maleni, I'd actually go out and say right now, just to be safe rather than to be sorry, get the car inside. I know Maleni's not a big place, and it's likely to dodge the worst of this thunderstorm, but get the car inside. It'd be better to be safe than it is to be sorry. Just hit Maleni. Yeah, the lightning and the rain will be beginning to pick up, but you've got about 10 minutes until this really properly picks up in the Maleni area. That's a big thunderstorm, and that's really quickly developed as well in the last kind of 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. It's really, really quickly developed. So Maleni, get the car inside and get ready for some large, potentially even some giant hailstones developing in that area. Maleni, my apologies. This thunderstorm up here that's going for Kenilworth, so this is the one that developed around the Goomeri area about an hour ago that's moving south of Gympie. Bet all the Gympie folk got excited for this thunderstorm out here, but this one's beginning to peter out. It's still likely to make it to Kenilworth with some heavy rainfall, but yeah, it'll be a little bit weaker by the time it gets there. Mullany, sorry about that. Yeah, that's some real big hail. Oh, so it's back down to 64 decibels. So I'm not overly concerned about the hail risk in the Caloundra area. It's just a good idea to do so right now. Again, purely precautionary. Better to be safe than to be sorry. But our Mullany storm, 65 to 70 decibels. We've got large hailstones in there and going for Mullany as well. And also just towards the east of Mullany as well, out towards Malula and Udlo. A bit of hail developing out here as well. Small hailstones, but still got some hailstones out there. Very much worth watching. And like I said, I would recommend getting your car inside now. No hail in Kilcoy. We've had 1 centimetre hail in Kilcoy so far. Forest Lake, only 1 mil off the storm. Maybe a good storm later. Who knows at this point in time. Really does depend on what develops further out in towards the west. This is radar scope that I'm looking at right now, and this is windy.com. Big thunderstorm. Whoa, actually, there's a lot of thunderstorms now beginning to develop out in towards out west around Crow's Nest. Oh, okay, so we've got round 2 developing very soon. Ipswich in about 20 minutes. Oh, it's about to get really busy here. Through southeast Queensland. Yeah, Ipswich in about 20 minutes. That's 1 can done. And then, yeah, around the Warwick area, some good thunderstorms developing. That Warwick one is really weakening off now. By the time it gets itself into Warwick, it's likely to be substantially weaker. And a good line of rainfall and thunderstorms now developing around the Bow Desert area. That's going to move in towards Pimpama and then eventually Coomera by the looks of things. May clip the Gold Coast as well. Gold Coast South, missing out on the thunderstorms. They're all falling apart here around the Binnabar area. And we've got an upscaling mess of thunderstorm activity now developing in this part of Queensland, just through the Glasshouse Mountains and on the southern Sunshine Coast. This is just, yeah, really, really messy thunderstorm activity. Not supercellular by the looks of things, but a lot of lightning activity, a lot of precipitation developing as well. Kenilworth, you're likely to see some heavy rainfall developing right now. And it also looks like Noosa maybe in about half an hour. Huge hits in Bly. Makes sense. Bucketing down west of Warwick. The Crow's Nest one. This is just a cluster of thunderstorms that's heading due east. So eventually this will make it in towards Brisbane and her northern suburbs, and also some of the southern suburbs as well. I'm pretty confident in saying now that just looking at where these storms are developing, that Toowoomba is probably in the all clear today. Until thunderstorms a bit later on. Cecil Plains and Millmerran are definitely in the all clear, thunderstorm-wise. But yeah, Ipswich developing storm there. Nothing crazy on the radar right now in the Ipswich area. Definitely some pretty strong winds in a few of these thunderstorms up here around the Esk and the Wivenhoe outlook. Christopher Reeves, thank you very much. I'll be drinking that can in good health. This looks like a Huakeko here outside of Bow Desert, but don't be fooled, it's not. It's just an interesting radar formation. I've got a line of pretty good rainfall as well now extending over the Pimpama and Oxenford area, halfway between Logan City and the Gold Coast. Heavy rain in Clifton, good to hear. Yeah, wow, look at all the rainfall in this one here. 62 decibels. This is just likely very heavy rainfall right now, even though we're looking at some pretty significant reflectivity readings that would represent hail normally. It's just likely very heavy rainfall for now. I have to ask, if you haven't already, please do consider subscribing and also leave a like on the stream whilst you're at it, all the support is massively appreciated. And as well, make sure you go and check out our proud sponsor, number one computer shop in Ipswich. Go in, say hello, say that CyclonesOZ, say that Josh sent you, and they will help you out. Great guys over there. Anything headed for Rainbow Beach? Got some family there. Eventually later tonight we'll see some rainfall and maybe a crack or two of thunder, but nothing in the way of severe stuff at this point in time headed for Rainbow Beach, and nothing for a while, I would imagine. It'd be interesting to see what actually comes of this massive cluster of thunderstorms. But I definitely foresee Noosa getting some really good rainfall in the next 45 minutes to an hour. Yeah, I really expect some big stuff in the Noosa area. Whew. Brisbane, bit of rainfall has just crossed down from that Strathpine storm. It's weakened off a little bit, but it's now into the Bayside suburbs here, just outside of the harbour, I believe. And we're talking about Wynham, Manly, Hemmant. Yeah. Banya on the Sunshine Coast just had hail. I believe that's a suburb just outside of Caloundra or Maroochydore. That makes sense. How big are the hailstones are we talking about? If I had to estimate, just based off these reflectivity readings, I'd be going somewhere in the 1 centimetre range. Really not that big. 56 mil in Caloundra. That's a lot. So rainfall accumulation so far in the last hour, Cash is crossing 38 millimetres, 56 millimetres at Eaton's Hill, 50 millimetres rather at Eaton's Hill. Wow, Kooralbyn, 74 millimetres of rainfall. Benabarras had 36 millimetres. Natural Bridge has picked up a drop. And Caloundra really racking in the rainfall right now, 44 millimetres at Koala Court, just towards the west of Caloundra. Wow, okay, so the rainfall is adding up there big time. And that now makes Kooralbyn our wettest spot so far today, 75 millimetres of rainfall. Crow's Nest has had 59 millimetres, and that's upstream on the Brisbane River as well, so we can expect some pretty significant rises there. Wow, 75 millimetres, that is big. What's this? Major flooding. Oh, I would take that with a pinch of salt. It shouldn't be that high. So West Wyombe is where we've had some pretty good rainfall in the last couple of minutes. And just checking back in on our camera here. All beginning to clear up now in the Brisbane area. You can see the cloud coverage is a little bit less patchy. We do have a little bit of low cloud coverage here. That's only about a couple of 100 metres above the surface, and you can actually see one of the tall buildings in Brisbane, which I believe rises to about this point here, is actually shrouded in that cloud. And even one of the buildings over here shrouded in that cloud. We've still got big cumulus puffs. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty healthy. So very heavy rainfall through here, and then of course outside of Mullaney. This is likely not dropping hail right now. If it is, it's maybe 1.5 centimetres. Still significant, but it is a lot tamer. Crow's Nest, 59 millimetres, of course. Click the live icon on the bottom left. Oh. Thank you very much, Flamin' Galar. Yeah, and all these storms have upscaled because you can see the massive precipitation anvils that are heading out into the Moreton Bay area and well out to sea now. A couple of 100 k's out to sea, in fact, out here. Rathdowney storm is falling apart now. In fact, it's crossing down into the Border Ranges area. So Woodinbong again may see some half-decent rainfall from that in the next 20 minutes or so. Well, it's just going to be just north of Woodinbong. Warwick storm's petering out. It's not going to make it into Warwick as any significant intensity. Still, we may see some heavy drops of rainfall there. Gold Coast, you're going to love what I'm about to say. You've missed out completely. Unfortunately. But yeah, these cells firing now. Ipswich, Harrisville, Boona. They're now beginning to get a little bit of momentum behind them. Just north of Amberley. Let's go and check in on our Amberley weather station. But first, let's see if we've got any more severe thunderstorm warnings current. 4:49. Oh yeah, that was a while ago. So any observations current? Amberley has had 19 millimetres, but we haven't seen an update just yet. Not much in the way of strong wind gusts, but we are beginning to see thunderstorms developing along this line down here. So 24 mil at Bow Desert, 26 mil here at Beerburrum. I imagine all of that fell in about 5 minutes as well. Oh wow, yeah, 20 mil in 10 minutes. Crazy. And yeah, lots of precipitation now developing in this thunderstorm here. It's going to move in towards the Maroochydore area shortly. Caloundra, that thunderstorm looks to be breathing in and out. Still got some good rainfall in it. Caloundra, the rainfall rate's beginning to drop off though. And then we've got heavier rainfall accumulations now developing through parts of the Maroochydore area. Likely bordering on hail thresholds. But again, not too crazy right now. And then, as I said, eventually this is going to go in towards Noosa a little bit later on. Meltdown under, generous donation. It's been a few good downpours in Warwick today. Yeah, so this thunderstorm here, it looks to me like it's dying and fizzing out. 52 decibels, 54 decibels does not scream heavy rainfall, but it will be a quick, short, sharp burst of... Or a quick, short, sharp downpour. Yeah, Gold Coast did not miss out last night. They got some good stuff last night, the Gold Coast. It was fantastic to see. Bow Desert still raining heavily there, and this line of rainfall is extending up into the Oxenford area. Again, missing the Logan City and the Redland City area. Yeah, these storms in the Ipswich area, if they can get themselves going, these will be cells to watch. I don't think there's any organisation to these storms at all. In fact, there's barely any lightning. Yeah, 50 decibels is nothing. No rotation either, and I mean the winds are barely anything too, so yeah, these storms are going to need to develop a little bit more, but I don't think they're going to be anything too crazy, that's for sure. Oxford raining heavily, yeah. I mean, when we're talking about thunderstorms, of course it's going to sound pretty extreme, but for now, these thunderstorms are not concerning, as in they're not dangerously severe in southeast Queensland, apart from, I guess, this one up here outside of Maleny, which is dropping extremely heavy rainfall. It'd be a stretch to call this a dangerous thunderstorm, but it is definitely dropping some relatively decent rainfall accumulations, which may cause some pretty significant flash flooding. Anything expected for Grafton soon? I don't think so. Yeah, I think the all clear can be given for Grafton throughout the next 24 hours, apart from a little bit of rainfall later tonight. Massive upscaling storms further inland and around the Roma area, big lines developing. This is going to push out towards the east in the next couple of hours, and by nightfall we're expecting non-severe but rainy thunderstorms to be spreading through the Brisbane city area. Lots of rain will become a possibility. But yeah, wow, these thunderstorms up on the northern side of the Glasshouse Mountains, they are strong. On the rainfall side of things, these are really, really, really strong. 79 millimetres at Coolabin, 1 centimetre hail north of Caloundra. Yeah, nothing too crazy there. Again, I make no apologies for saying put the car away in Caloundra, particularly in the northern suburbs, because that storm, if that kept going, we would have been talking about giant hailstones in the Caloundra area, and obviously that wasn't going to happen, but still, large hailstones were always possible in the Caloundra area. You're not in the all clear yet on the rainfall side of things, but on the hail side of things, I'm going to say all clear for Caloundra. Maroochydore, unless this storm goes nuts in the next kind of 10-15 minutes or so, I think you'll be all clear on the hail side of things as well. I'm not calling all clear for this storm out here, but Nambour, Yandina, Wyombe or Woombye, Palmwoods, Heavy rainfall in the next 5 to 25 minutes. Coolum about 30 minutes. Yamundi about 35 minutes. Coolroy about 30 minutes as well. And then Noosa and Tewantin are probably getting closer to about 45 minutes to an hour out there. Inch of water on your patio in Birwa. Wow. Yeah, there's been some pretty incredible rainfall throughout the course of today. Some really incredible rainfall. We knew these thunderstorms would be precipitation dominant, but I didn't expect them to be as precipitation dominant as they've ended up being. It really has been quite spectacular seeing the rainfall dropped by these storms through southeastern Queensland. And I know by a February or March standard, these are not anything nuts in the way of rainfall, but they are strong. So you should be seeing a update pretty soon. Lots more lightning up in Queensland and the Gold Coast. Yep. Never been that bad in Buderim, really. I struggle to believe that. This is pretty quintessential of a late summer outbreak, especially on the rainfall front. Maybe not so much on the hail front as well with that combined risk, but yeah, this is pretty quintessential as a late November storm outbreak. But still, it's definitely packed a punch, that's for sure. It's definitely had a pretty significant impact. Strong storms still developing over the border into New South Wales. I mean, we've got a couple of strong storms here just towards the north of Tamworth as well, and 1 or 2 strong storms moving into the Gosford area, the Wiseman Ferry area. I believe we actually had some good storms move through the Hunter region as well earlier today. But yeah, for New South Wales, pretty tame, all things considered. -1 or 2 areas of giant hail outside of Moree that's since traversed across the border and has become this rainy, sloppy mess across southeast Queensland. I've got to say, Riders on a Storm is a good song. Yeah, these are all rainy thunderstorms. The wind threat's been really minimal today, apart from in some of those stronger thunderstorms. Warwick, it looks like it's going to pour, but it's not going to pour for long, and it's going to be pretty tame, all things considered. That Ipswich storm never got itself going. They're just upscaling so quickly, these thunderstorms. So we're going to see this thunderstorm out here around the Warwick and the Clifton area upscale as well by the looks of things, and that's going to push in towards, I guess, the Crow's Nest storm and maybe combine. This is just me looking into the future about half an hour away. But yeah, that will bring some more rainfall through southeast Queensland. Oh wow, Hill, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for that very generous donation. Another thunderstorm, Bazza, whereabouts is that? Super heavy rain in Clifton, yeah. It sure is pouring. It sure is pouring outside of the Clifton area. Just checking back in on some of those reflectivity readings. Yeah, Clifton 50 decibels. I mean, this is a Brisbane radar, so it's underestimated a little bit. And then further north, still got some large hail outside of the Mullaney storm here, moving up towards Flaxton and Mapleton. And some good rotation as well, all things considered. 60 miles per hour, that's pushing close to 100 kilometers an hour. And this thunderstorm's taken a bit more of an interesting track because it's going towards the north-northeast instead of the east, which is what most storms are doing today, which is going to throw areas kind of between these parallel lines here in the firing line. So Tewantin eventually, but especially for Yamundi, Yandina, and Flaxton, we're going to be looking at some pretty significant rainfall eventually. Ben, thank you very much. Stuff from the Rimmer, etc. Trajectory, whereabouts is Rimmer or Rima? I feel like I'm butchering that pronunciation as well. All over for Toowoomba? Most likely. I would like to say it's all over for Toowoomba. Unless we see something developing up in the Pittsworth area or Cecil Plains, that would then push kind of in towards the Toowoomba area eventually. But just looking at that Pittsworth, or that storm south of Pittsworth, that's moving towards Clifton, so that's going to keep the rainfall going there in the next 20 minutes or so. But yeah, for Toowoomba, I don't think it's going to be going on for too much longer. Any more for Brisbane? Yeah. The backside of these thunderstorms here pushing over the Wivenhoe outlook. And in terms of what we're seeing in the Brisbane area, it's just drizzly stuff. Very high based, this cloud here. But then we've got some pretty dark stuff over here. I'm not sure if you can make it out on the screen. That's going to push into the Brisbane area soon as well. Maybe about 20 minutes away for more thunderstorm activity into the Brisbane area. Do we have an update? Not yet. What about an update on rainfall accumulations? Not quite yet either, but we do have some significant falls further inland. Have a look at this, outside of Augathella, I believe. If I can click on it. Doesn't look like it wants me to. 8 millimeters? Nah, it's not going to let me do it. Unfortunate. But yeah, we've got some good rainfall developing there in the severe thunderstorm warning. 7 centimetre hail at Silver Spur. So we've had giant hailstone Silver Spur, which I believe is down in this part of Queensland here in the southern border around Texas. Yeah, this is just a big upscaling rain mess now. So this is going to eventually move up towards Noosa. About half an hour, the real rainfall will start in the Noosa area. It's going to begin raining pretty soon in the Noosa area, but yeah, probably about half an hour away for the real rain to start in the Noosa area. Yeah, storms later. So the forecast later on is quite stormy. It's quite turbulent through southeast Queensland. Lots and lots of thunderstorm activity is expected. You can see on the convective forecast modelling, we're beginning to see these storms properly upscale now. So we're expecting a lot of these thunderstorms that are developing out in the Warwick area to now begin to upscale, and then they're going to track a little bit further north. But you can see that this forecast has been wrong today in quite a significant way, because it's not initialised any thunderstorms up on the Sunshine Coast, which, as we know, have really been quite crazy over the last hour up there. But I would say for the Gold Coast, the storms are going to bypass the Gold Coast area for the most part. And then in the next couple of hours, we're going to see storms push into the Brisbane area, most likely until about 8 o'clock, when they're going to begin to ease off. But what we're going to be seeing is all of these storms out here, and potentially some more storms developing out here, which will then push in towards the Brisbane. If this forecast is correct, which it's not looking like is right now. Is Maroochydore out of the woods for hail? Yeah, most likely. If hail does occur, we're talking about pea-sized, half a centimetre to a centimetre. Really not big at all. Or concerning for that matter. So much lightning in this cell. Just a lot of lightning in this one. Yeah, Gold Coast has been pretty unlucky with the storms. They got a good one last night, that's for sure. 59 mil in Caloundra, wow. Rain has stopped in Clifton, that's good. But yeah, look at this thunderstorm just explode up towards the west of Mullaney and up towards Flaxton. It's now all upscaling, and it's going to be moving on towards Caloundra, or it's moving past Caloundra now. Maroochydore, Coolum, and then eventually on towards Noosa and Tewantin. Yeah, Mount Tamborine shielding you, or Tamborine Mountain. Brisbane is just going to be rainy. Just rain. Rain, maybe a strong wind gust or two. But that's it, just sloppy, slimy rain coming down. Yeah. I don't expect anything too crazy later tonight. That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, some of these storms are going to have a lot of lightning. But I don't think any of them are going to be, like, crazy dense with the lightning or really significant on the rainfall side of things either. The strongest wind gusts have been below the damaging thresholds. These thunderstorms shouldn't be warned for damaging winds. I don't know why they are being warned for damaging winds, but they shouldn't be. Because the wind gusts in most of these thunderstorms now are well below severe thresholds, and even the ones where the wind gusts are actually quite strong, they're not anything to be overly worried about or concerned about right now. Yeah, really not something to be worried about. The wind side of these thunderstorms, at least. The rainfall is the real concern with all of these storms. 2 centimetre hail at Conondale. Righto. Can we get an update on these warnings? 4:49? No, so they should be issuing one in the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. Just a few local observations would be good. Rain is still coming down at Bibaram. Yeah, a lot of these thunderstorms are just so slow moving that these rainfall accumulations are blowing out of control. Really, really adding up. Yeah, and you can see it's just an upscaling rainy mess now that's going to be pushing in towards the Coolum area. Honestly, it's a bit of a question as to whether or not it'll make it up towards the Ipswich area, just with how they're moving right now. Ipswich? Did I say Ipswich? Or the Noosa area, rather. A little bit of a question, because it looks like these storms are now sliding from where they are, and they're going to kind of come together and crease through these parallel lines. So Noosa could be on the kind of the edge of these thunderstorms, if you'd like. They could very much be on the edge and miss out completely. Same with Tewanton as well. 50 to 60 kilometre an hour wind gusts randomly. Are you getting storms? If you're getting storms, it's because of the thunderstorm. If not, it's just the air surging into these thunderstorms. You must have storms around you. Gympie, hail. There could be some small hailstones in this storm up here around Kilcoven, which I think my mug is blocking. But as this pushes into the Gympie area, it's likely to lose a lot of its steam, so not likely. Definitely looks like the thunderstorm risk is beginning to drop off. I mean, we're not seeing any of these massive thunderstorms like we saw earlier today. As expected, of course, we're now getting out towards 6 o'clock in the evening. It's definitely worth a bit more monitoring the situation through southeastern Queensland. But the risk is very much now dropping off. In terms of severe thunderstorms as well, the risk is really dropping off now. We're now late into the day. Okay, so we've got an updated severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, that massive rain one up in the Caloundra area. Is there another one behind Kilcoy? Oh, the Crow's Nest one, duh. Oh, it's a bit extreme to call this one severe. It is developing though. So going in towards Kilcoy in about an hour, we've got another severe thunderstorm. And then the one north of Gympie, which is this one up here. Oh yeah, that's moving up towards Tyro. That's not going to go in towards the Gympie area. Looks good though, that thunderstorm. And then over Warwick and Alora, we've also got these thunderstorms down here, which are severe warned for some reason. Yeah, moving outside of Clifton now. We had some heavy rainfall there. I didn't expect the Alora one to get warned. That's going in towards Boona. Honestly, I'm so confused at this new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm trying to figure out where these storms are. Like, this one here, on the latest frames, has been tagged as severe. That doesn't look severe to me. This one's still severe, on the border ranges, but this one here isn't. Oh, don't want that. Oh, the Rathdowney one is still severe. Sorry, my apologies. And then the Stanthorpe one down here. Also, this is this cell. That's kind of getting its act together. And then we've got this one here that's going to go through Texas. I don't think that's a severe thunderstorm. Now, this is an interesting warning. I think that there's a lot of these thunderstorms here that have been tagged as severe when they're not actually severe. Heavy rain on Mount Tamborine. Yeah, we've got this big kind of stick of rainfall moving over Beaudesert, and then the Canungra area, Mount Tamborine, located about here. And the Gold Coast hinterland in the next hour or so is going to see some heavy rainfall. I mean, it really is slow moving, this thunderstorm. It's not getting along, that's for sure. Just checking back in on the webcam. Yeah, high-based stuff. Keen to see what we see in the Brisbane area. What's going on? For now, not an awful lot. We've got a couple of severe thunderstorms along the border ranges and through the Scenic Rim and Gold Coast hinterland. And we've got one big blob of severe thunderstorms up here outside of Maroochydore, Kenilworth, and then up towards, well, extending as far north as Noosa, to be honest. This thunderstorm really getting its act together on the rainfall side of things. But we've had a lot of rainfall so far, but it looks like things are beginning to calm down a little bit. Super windy on the Sunshine Coast. Oh, that would be the inflow to this thunderstorm. So this thunderstorm would be drawing in a lot of air to really promote its insane precipitation rates. That's why it's so windy on the Sunshine Coast. Makes sense. Rainfall rates continue to climb. Here at Eaton's Hill, 52 millimetres. Carbon, 81 millimetres now. Wow. And Koala Court, 44 millimetres in the last hour. At Upper Lamerau, 62 millimetres. And now since 9 AM rainfall accumulations, I imagine we'll be getting close to 100 millimetres in one or two spots. Definitely getting up there on the rainfall side of things now in a few spots, that's for sure. Pretty significant. Wow. Very significant, that's for sure. I pray that the Gold Coast gets something. Well, a lot of people really want the Gold Coast to get something, that's for sure. Yeah, this is just a big rainy mess. There is definitely some hail, though, in this thunderstorm outside of Yandina. It's not large hailstones. I would say small hailstones, but up to 2 centimetres in diameter. I mean, if you can, in Yandina and Yamundi, get the car inside, but anywhere else it's overkill. There is hail on the way. I would, if you really love your car, do it, just to be safe. But I don't think we're going to see hail there as well. Hail now leaving Maroochydore as well, so the risk is dropping there. Let's go and see what the Toowoomba radar looks like as well. See what we can see around the Warwick area. Ooh, we do have some good storms going on. Okay, no, I take that back. The Stanthorpe one is, it's got a hail core, but it's not large. The Warwick one's just a mess. Crow's Nest still going quite strong. And then this cluster of storms here towards the north of Crow's Nest, moving into Tukulawa, is also a bit of a rainy mess. That's going to move in towards Esk as well with some showers there. And then a big thunderstorm here over the border outside of Texas and Yetman on the New South Wales side of things. That's quite a strong one. That's a very strong one, that's for sure. Little bit of Burleigh, light rain, no thunder. Yeah, pretty calm down on the Burleigh heads. If you are brand new to the page, then please do consider subscribing. No better way to get the best daily weather forecast updates. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do. See if we can see any updates on these thunderstorms. New South Wales has kind of been the only place with a really big winds, but we've got some pretty big flash flooding here and there. Obviously in Queensland with the rainfall that we've seen, we've got some whopper flash flooding. But yeah, New South Wales has had the most intense thunderstorms in terms of just like textbook intensity wise. But in terms of thunderstorm, like the extent of the severity, we've definitely seen that being a Queensland dominated outbreak of thunderstorms. The rainfall is now beginning to ease off outside of Beaudesert now. Easing off a little bit. It's really easing off slowly. It actually looks like Beaudesert is just getting smashed with even more rainfall. It'd be interesting to know just how much rainfall just south of Beaudesert has copped. 26 mil. When did this last update? 5:30. It's been 15 minutes since. It's just on the outside of that rain band as well, that Beaudesert weather station, so it's not giving us an accurate reading. I definitely reckon that there's been 100+ millimetres just south of Beaudesert down towards Carlarbin. Yeah, more rain around the Warwick area. Thunderstorms continuing to develop, like I said, around Stanthorpe. Looking good there. And a big thunderstorm here moving up towards Texas. 31 mil now at Beerburrum. Continuing to rain hard. Yeah, this Stanthorpe one, definitely a storm worth watching. Even this Boona one's got a little bit of hail in it. Oh no, it doesn't. Looked like it did from a bit more of a zoomed out imagery. Again, it's severe warned, so I'm surprised that it is severe warned considering, well, the fact that it doesn't have anything in the way of hail. Bit of rainfall now crossing into the Brisbane area. Rainfall rates will be beginning to pick up there. Yeah, it's just from this high base stuff that's rolling through. Nothing in the way of significant stuff. We're not talking about torrential rainfall into the Brisbane area, but yeah, just a little bit more rainfall coming through there. Yeah, the good thunderstorm activity is, of course, a little bit further north, but it is weakening off a little bit now. Our rainfall rates are beginning to drop. This thunderstorm is on its way out, but it's going to be a long time until it fully does fizz out, at least an hour or so. Be more than enough time for it to get up towards Coolum. Yeah, massive flash flooding outside of Boona. I didn't see it directly from Higgins, but Higgins would have been all on top of it as well. Higgins are a great source of up-to-the-minute damage reports and what's going on the ground as well. But yeah, massive flash flooding down there. Let's see if we can get any rainfall observations into the Boona area. Oh, okay, so it has just all updated. Round Mountain 56, 50, 82. Bear with me for a second. This is since 9 AM. What about river conditions? Oh, we've got 2 rivers now, major flooding. Oh, okay, so that's the one that we found out was... Oh, they're both tricking us. So we've got reports of... just seeing if I can find any rivers that are looking like they're going to rise. These are great. This is a great observation network for tropical North Queensland, but it's a terrible network for southeastern Queensland because it's just not updated quickly enough. Yeah, rainfall beginning to ease off a little bit further north now. The rates are dropping up there. Good to see. I bet they're sick of the rainfall around the Sunshine Coast. They're absolutely sick of it. More developing south of Boona. Yeah, we've got that thunderstorm developing here. Good line developing around the Rathdowney area as well. Very slow-moving stuff. This is all just one big line of slow-moving junk. And that will cross into the Beaudesert area probably in about an hour or so. Harrisville, if it keeps up its current pace, about an hour. Boona in about half an hour. Jimboomba, 2 hours because it is just so slow-moving. Yeah, be pouring down on the Sunshine Coast. Very, very heavy rainfall. Oh, wow. Moy Pocket Bridge down and Walker Road not passable. Interesting. Thanks for the update on that. Stanthorpe is just not coming up on this radar as being strong, but this is a strong storm. Same with the Texas one. Bit of lightning now to the northern suburbs of Brisbane. Crow's Nest, more storms developing out there, would you believe it? Seems to be just a massive hotspot of energy in this area. So we're going to see like this thunderstorm here, but round 2 in the next hour or so. No, whereabouts are you getting hail? Jimbobber? It's Jimboomba, mate. 3 hours of just getting warmed up. No, my voice is definitely starting to feel it, that's for sure. I've been talking for about 3 hours. But, no, we'll keep going until these storms calm down. Sun's out now in Maroochydore. Nice. Very nice. Still be raining quite heavily. Just over 70 millimetres now on the Sunshine Coast and raining fairly heavily. Ipswich will likely get past 30 millimetres, yeah, particularly if we see more thunderstorms developing, which we are. I mean, we're seeing storms developing here and here, so you'd think that another line is going to begin to join up around here and then push out towards the east, in this case up here a little bit more to the northeast, and then here east-southeast, but I definitely think there's a lot more rainfall coming, and now is rain time through southeast Queensland. Now is the time for rainfall. Rooftop 10 eased off a little bit, but there may be more on the way. Brad, whereabouts are you? I'll let you know how much more is on the way. Flash flooding in your localities. Yeah, around Caloundra, that is. There'll be so much flash flooding around there. I don't think there'll be anything major in the way of riverine flooding, but there will be some serious flash flooding around there. And same with this Bow Desert storm as well. Just kind of in this pocket here, big rainfall has occurred, and there's more coming through. So tonight, avoid non-essential travel through all of southeastern Queensland, but particularly for Boonah, Bow Desert, Rathdowney, and then even further out through the Scenic Rim and down on the border ranges, likely to be some significant damage to the road network. And then again up around the Crow's Nest area, more Kilcoy, Mullaney, Caloundra, Maroochydore, Kenilworth. Noosa, the rain's starting to come down now. It's only going to get heavier too. Just avoid non-essential travel. It's much better to be inside, away from these storms, than it is to be outside frolicking around in them. Stanthorpe one's still got hail. These Crow's Nest storms have got heavy precipitation, but that's about it. Now that's something that we need to talk about as well. On the Toowoomba radar, we've got storms developing right over the top of it, which means all of the reflectivity readings coming around from these storms are being dramatically underestimated. So the storms down here around Warwick, the rainfall is heavier than what the radar is suggesting right now. Same with the Stanthorpe one, I should have realised that. But the rainfall is heavier on these storms than what the forecast is, than what the radar is showing, because we've got rain over the top of the radar, which is located right here, and there's rain shrouding it. Which, I mean, as you know, when you're sending a radar signal through a steel wall, it's going to bounce back. It's not going to show what's on the other side of that steel wall, and that's basically what some of these thunderstorms, especially those high precipitation ones, are. They are massive walls that the radar signal cannot penetrate through. Noosa, likely to see some rainfall beginning to start soon. Well, right now, actually, the rainfall will be beginning to pick up there. Bit of thunder and lightning, a bit of rainfall will increase up there, but I don't think there's going to be too much in the way of massive rainfall. 85 millimetres at Pachester, wow. Heavy stuff. Going to hit Coolum for sure. Next 10 minutes for Coolum. Heavy rainfall expected. Very heavy rainfall possible into the Coolum area. Nah, shouldn't be any more hail in the Brisbane area, and if it is, it's going to be below 3 centimetres. That'll be it. It's just going to be heavy rainfall and maybe a strong wind gust or two, that's it. So yeah, nothing overly crazy or concerning, which is good. Do we have any more questions about what we're expecting later? I'd be more than happy to help people out. And of course, if you haven't already, please do consider subscribing and also leave a like on the stream. All the support is, as always, massively appreciated. I appreciate each and every one of our supporters today as well. So thank you very much. Mountain Creek, Sunshine Coast, lightning strike on a ute. Ipswich, I mean, unless the rainfall really picks up there, flash flooding in the Ipswich area is not likely. But if we do see severe thunderstorms later, which are possible, then yeah, flash flooding is going to become a possibility. We're beginning to see a line of thunderstorms, or the storms around the Clifton and the Warwick area, join up with the storms up here around Crow's Nest, I imagine we're going to see a line pushing towards the Ipswich area if it can get itself going. But keep in mind, we've already had a strong thunderstorm in this area here, and a couple of strong thunderstorms up here, so rainfall is beginning to pick up in Strathpine once again, but storms will be a little bit weaker than what they've been so far. Because of the energy it's been taken out of the environment so far, conditions or instability is a lot lower in the environment right now. And you can tell because there's less lightning in a lot of these thunderstorms, apart from our New South Wales one where instability is still through the roof. Moving offshore from Maroochydore, rainfall will begin to ease up a little bit in the Maroochydore area in the next 5 minutes or so. In fact, it honestly looks like it's going to miss Noosa. It's going to clip all of the areas just outside of Noosa, but it looks like it's going to, for the most part, miss Noosa, unless we see this side of the cell here really develop and head in this direction here for Cooroy. Well, David, you've got a lot of flash flooding around the Boonah area right now, so that's the number one concern, but we've also got some strong thunderstorm activity around the Boonah area, including 1 or 2 strong cells now beginning to develop just towards the south and the southwest of Boonah out around Aratula. If these storms do join up and move over Boonah, you're going to have a really big problem on the rainfall side of things. Again, I've managed to put my mug in the way of these thunderstorms, so I do apologise for that. Yeah. Definitely a bit more rainfall coming through for the Boonah area, though, and I do appreciate the generous donation too. But as its storm is starting to pass Canungra, crazy how the thunder echoes on the mountains. Yeah, I mean, all granite mountains, it's the granite belt, and granite echoes like crazy. So I know being in the Perth Hills, which are bauxite granite, when you hear thunder in the Perth Hills, it just echoes and cracks, and it's beautiful. It is. In the Sunshine Coast, those thunderstorms beginning to ease off a little bit. But I wouldn't get overly excited up in Noosa. I really wouldn't get excited for this thunderstorm in Noosa. It's likely to... You hear it, that's for sure, but I don't expect to see much in the way of rainfall for Noosa itself. Large, possibly giant hailstones. They've forecast that for Brisbane. Really? And heavy rain. Okay, they've dropped the damaging wind warning, which is good to see. Oh, yeah, we're not going to see giant hailstones in the Brisbane area. At least in the Brisbane CBD, that's not going to happen. Let me just, make a bit of a forecast before I tell that and have to eat my hat later. We do have a couple of storms developing out around the Millmerran area, Leyburn here. If they go supercellular in nature... which I don't think they're going to. I mean, they are beginning to rotate a little bit. And this Stanthorpe storm's got a bit of a kick as well. Texas has, of course, got a bit of a kick down here. Far out, we'd be hard pushed to see a monster supercell capable of dropping giant hailstones into the Brisbane CBD tonight. Very, very unlikely. Possible, given the setup, but very, very unlikely. The app here is Radarscope, and this is windy.com. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see supercells in the Brisbane area. Yeah, I found BOM to be very, very accurate when they say, when their forecast comes out with possibly severe. 9 times out of 10, they're bang on the money. So to see possibly giant hail, as a forecaster who looks for little trends and things like that, it gives me confidence in calling for giant hailstones, but I just don't see it. It doesn't. It doesn't make sense. Still got some low cloud bases though. You can see down here that would, yeah. All of the storm activity is well to the left of this camera, or well to the south of this camera here. You can actually see it looks like the ground is extremely wet. So we've probably had about 15 millimeters where this webcam is, which is located about here, and a bit more rainfall now coming in from the northwest right now. Anything for the Gold Coast? Yeah, a bit of rainfall, maybe some storm activity in the early morning, but I don't expect anything crazy to be going down there. Yeah, I'm pretty confident to say that Noosa's going to completely miss out. They're going to get a bit of a surge in rain for the next 10 minutes or so, but I think generally speaking for Noosa, there's not going to be anything in the way of intense rainfall accumulations. Do we have an update on the forecast from the Access? No, we don't. Bit of a bummer. But yeah, the Access, which is the bombs forecast. So let's have a look just north of Maroochydore here at Noosa. A couple of showers, and then if we cross-reference that with the radar, we've got that massive thunderstorm up there. That's, the Access normally doesn't get it that wrong. Yeah, Bomb are normally very accurate on the day. They've been pretty good with the severe thunderstorm warnings today. Anyway, this isn't a commentary on the Bureau of Meteorology. For the most part, they do an excellent, excellent job. Just to see if we can get an update on the rainfall situation. No reds yet, but that is a lot of 75 mil at Mountain Creek. All of that would have been in the past hour as well. 67 in the past hour. Out here, Kenilworth, 60 mil. These are incredibly high precipitation thunderstorms. Far out. Beaudesert, 27 millimeters. Ninda Dam, 62 millimeters. I butchered that. Don't come at me. Round Mountain, 62 mil. Glaben, as we know, 83 mil, and then some big rainfall accumulations a little bit further inland as well, out around the Boona area. But that Beaudesert storm now beginning to weaken off a little bit. It's still absolutely pouring in Beaudesert. You poor souls. There's some massive flooding going on down there. I know that for a fact through the Logan River. Massive rises possible into the Logan River soon. And also the Albert River as well. It's imperative that you avoid non-essential travel today. Or for the rest of tonight. Albert River, Logan River, likely to be some pretty significant rises. If you live in a flood-prone area on the Logan or the Albert Rivers and you flood on minor flooding, it'd be a good idea to get some sandbags ready to roll right now and maybe have an evacuation plan in place too. Logan is melting. Yeah, so the places that haven't seen a good storm, including Logan, they're sitting at mid-20s still, whereas a lot of other places that have had storms are low 20s or high teens. 18 degrees here outside of Caloundra. I mean, that is mountainous, but still gives you an idea where these storms have gone through. The temperatures are a lot cooler, where they're still sweating like crazy in those places that haven't had a storm just yet. Lockyer Valley hasn't had enough rainfall to flood just yet. But yeah, if you live in a flood-prone area along the Albert or the Logan River, anywhere along the Albert or the Logan River, I strongly recommend getting some sandbags ready now, because there is going to be a pretty significant rise to water levels shortly. That rainfall rate is beginning to pick up outside of Rathdowney now. 55 to 60 decibels. Stanthorpe storm still going strong, 60 to 65 decibels there. And then just to change this over to the Gympie radar, that's what we want. Let's have a look up here. Still some good rainfall developing in these thunderstorms, but yeah, 50 decibels. We're talking about light, moderate stuff, or moderate stuff at the best. Not as much lightning in this storm as well anymore. You can see it's pretty speckled, pretty few and far between. Yeah, and I think it's safe to say now for Noosa. Just south of Beaudesert, 80 millimeters so far. Jeremy, wow. That's a lot of rainfall. Yeah, so there's some heavy rainfall here moving in towards the Colaban area. They're going to cop another 25 to 50 millimeters Colaban. So there's going to be some really significant flooding there if they cop another 30 millimeters, particularly in a very short period of time. Thank you very much in the chat. And yeah, just heading in towards Aratula as well. A bit of a Bit of a jump in precipitation readings here. Let's go back to the Toowoomba radar actually and have a look at Texas. That doesn't look good. Stanthorpe Storm's still got some pretty good hail in there. Texas Storm has got some very large, if not giant, hailstones. 71 decibels. Wow. That's crazy. And some strong winds. Wow, look at this. We are looking pretty high up in the atmosphere. It's pretty important to remember that. Hang on. That's not how we do it. But we're looking very high up in the atmosphere on a few of these thunderstorms. So out at Texas, we're looking at these storms 13,000 feet up in the air, which is about 4 kilometers high. So obviously it's a lot more intense up at that kind of level. And yeah, in terms of intensity, it's pretty misrepresented, this thunderstorm. So the Texas storm is still quite powerful, and it's got some strong winds, but it's being overestimated and overreported on this radar imagery. Just thought that I would let you know about that. But still some good rainfall moving through. Good rainfall about to cross into the Logan area as well. We may have a heavy spot or two of rainfall from a storm developing just north of Jimboomba. That's going to clip Logan Village by the looks of things in the next 5 minutes or so, or happening about now. And then north of Pimpama up towards Oxenford and just the south of the Logan Village area, we'll be seeing some good thunderstorms in that region. And precipitation is continuing to develop further inland as well, including around the Toowoomba area. I didn't expect that at this hour. We've got a bit of a thunderstorm developing out there. But yeah, very pulsy in nature. Warwick misses out completely as well. Can pull a plot and have a look at the moisture up in the air for sure. I can. Blue line is moisture, or dew points. Red line is temperature, and you can see they are hugging each other. They are hugging each other right through the atmosphere. When they're this close together, you just know it is an extremely moisture-rich environment, and that's why we've been looking at such heavy rainfall accumulations through southeast Queensland today. Really, really heavy rainfall, and it's been relentless. Possibility of hail. Small hailstones probably quite possible out towards likely. Large hailstones unlikely to zip. Giant hailstones are very, very unlikely right now. Unlikely. Yeah. Hope that answers the questions as well. Yeah, developing some good rainfall down here outside of Carlarbin. And it's getting... Carlarbin? Coralbin. Yeah, so Coralbin's about to cop another drenching. So what are they sitting on? Coralbin, 83 millimeters right now. That's at the bridge, 83 millimeters of rain at Coralbin. They will be pushed over 100 with this rainfall. For sure, they will be pushed over 100 by this rainfall. Later night squalls you mentioned with the damaging winds. Yeah, late night squalls with damaging winds definitely are on the cards. They'll be pretty hit or miss in the southeast corner of Queensland, but north of Brisbane up into parts of the Sunshine Coast, they will be a little bit more widespread. But I'm not expecting anything too crazy now. Definitely nothing in the way of significant severe stuff. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing giant hailstones. I highly doubt giant hailstones. Again, BOM are very good at what they do on that type of thing. So normally when you see giant hailstones, it's you're expecting giant hailstones, but not tonight. I mean, when have giant hailstones occurred when it's 24 degrees? In fact, I think it's 23 degrees in the Brisbane area. 24 in Brisbane, 22 out here at Chapel Hill. Just giant hailstones don't develop in that type of environment. In saying that, though, we have got some new thunderstorms developing out here. These are going to be our late night upscalers. Oh, it's impossible to get a gauge of what we're looking at out here. Still got some good reflectivity readings, though. So yeah, Noosa's going to miss out on this storm. That's now heading over Coolum and out to the ocean. Still got a spot or two of heavy rainfall here outside of Imbil and Brulu. Might be an anomaly there. But yeah, nothing crazy. We should be looking at the Gympie radar for that though. Nah, nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy up there. Just back to the Brisbane radar as well. Yeah, so this Rathdowney storm that's now moving out towards Boonah still got some pretty good rainfall accumulations in it, and like I said, Coralban is likely to see some pretty significant rainfall. Wow, pouring in Boonah. That's not the news that we wanted. I mean, this entire part of southeastern Queensland, from Beaudesert right down to the southwest to Urbanville over the border into New South Wales. Now we don't want rainfall. We don't want to see rainfall down here. Yeah, flash flooding problems are really going to begin to develop in this area. That's not good at all. Axis convective is normally really accurate, but the fact it's been terrible, this storm outbreak. Been shocking. I'm looking at the ECMLF right now, and it's been pretty much bang on. We've got our heavy rainfall developing out here from a couple of clusters of thunderstorms, but more importantly, we've got our cluster of thunderstorms developing down here around the Texas area that's pushing slowly towards the north. Now, if these thunderstorms can upscale, we're going to see strong thunderstorms pushing in towards the Toowoomba and Brisbane area later tonight, but they're likely to be non-severe at this point in time. Giant hailstones, you need a massive dry slot in the environment. I'm going to see if I can find a forecast that... You need a dry slot in the mid-levels, and it's just not going to happen. Yeah, I mean... And the lapse rates are terrible as well. That red line drops really, really slowly. So, yeah, I'm pretty confident in saying giant hailstones are not going to occur later today through southeast Queensland. Definitely heavy rainfall. We've got lots of heavy rainfall developing out here in this part of Queensland. That is a mean squall line developing now, actually, by the way. Look at that, outside of Roma. And that's crossing over the Warrego Highway. That'll go on towards Chinchilla in about 45 minutes. Miles in about 30 minutes. That will completely fall apart by the time it gets itself up towards Bundaberg and Hervey Bay, though. It will get to Eidsvold and Gayndah, and maybe Goomeri and Gympie, but by the time it goes towards the Fraser Coast, it will fall 2 bips. Yeah. Lots of flooding. Lots and lots of it. Been no shortage of ridiculous rainfall accumulations through so many areas. Yeah, and the flooding is just incredible. I'm looking at it right now, yeah, 70 to 80 millimetres in 30 minutes. The flooding has been absolutely incredible through some of those locations. Really, really sad to see. Yeah, wow. And they've got another storm as well going into the Boonah area right now. It's pouring down there, and I definitely reckon along the what's this one, the Teviot Brook, that's gonna swell big time. I mean, most of Boonah is elevated about 10 to 15 metres above the Teviot Brook. In fact, some parts of the town are elevated a little bit more than that, but that's going to see some massive rises. It heads out towards Lake Wyalong, and then all through the Logan and the Albert River as well, and the tributaries to both the Albert and the Logan River. Big, big, big flooding as possible. Flash flooding, not so much riverine flooding. Not good. So Boonah's only had 45 millimetres so far officially. I'm sure that number is going to explode. Yeah, a lot of low cloud now sinking in towards Brisbane. It's obviously a lot cooler. And there's no dry air in the atmosphere at all through southeast Queensland. I mean, let's just put that risk of giant hail to bed through southeast Queensland. This is a look at humidity values in the Brisbane area, so 92%. And as we pull that up through the atmosphere as well, you can see I mean, the driest it gets is 75% so far. It rises again into the mid-levels where you'd want to be seeing that dry air. And at the 500 HPA mark, which is where I look for dry air for giant hail risks, it's still at 83%, pushing up to 100% on the Sunshine Coast. And it keeps on rising. I mean, up into the upper levels of the atmosphere, we're still looking at humidity values above 70% at 12 kilometres up. So the risk of giant hailstones today through Brisbane, later tonight, is below 1%. Obviously, on a severe thunderstorm outbreak, anything is possible, but giant hail, I don't think that's possible. Oh, and Boona, you poor sods, you've got more rainfall behind, developing at the Aratula area right now, and that is going to go in towards the Boona area too. Oh man. So the flooding situation just gets worse for Boona. We should have some traffic cams in this area as well. So this is... Oh, look at all the water on the ground. And this is on a slope as well. This is sloping down into a valley. So visibility 2 hours ago was about 200 meters. Look at all of the water on the ground here. That is incredible. Massive flooding. Oh, look at this. Oh, okay, wow, look at this. Oh, wow. That is incredible. Yeah, wow, I did not expect to see that. Oh, far out. In the scenic rim. Have a look at that flooding. Have a go at that. Here, as that rainfall ripped in towards Boona. Making a post on it right now. It's occurring in... Yeah, far out. That is just mind-boggling. Night Owl Story, thank you very much for that generous tip. Wow. That's at least half a metre over the road. Far out. That is something, that is. That's really caught me off guard, that's for sure. Yeah, let's see if we can find any more updates. I'm currently just searching around to see if we can find a little more on the update side of things, but that is extreme flash flooding. And yeah, just checking some of the other traffic cams as well. So this is at Jimboomba. Let's see if we can see any rise in the water there. Doesn't look like it, not yet. Okay, so this is at Kilmore Road. You can kind of see that brown water in the background there. It looked like it existed earlier today as well, before these thunderstorms really blew through. But we've definitely seen a bit of a rise there, maybe about a 10 mil rise in the water levels. Oh man, this is yeah, pretty extreme. And then what's this? This is oh, so we've got flash flooding here at Canungra. That's only a couple of mil over the road, so that's really not a major concern. But yeah, Southeast Queensland, please. There is no reason to be on the roads tonight. You need to stay inside. You need to stay out of harm's way, because this is some incredible flash flooding that is occurring now. Like I said, water levels about half a metre over the road here, 40 centimetres over the road. Extremely dangerous. If it is flooded, forget it. Wow. That is just amazing. Oh, no, this is not the first rodeo on Boona, obviously, but it is just incredible to see that this rainfall is still coming down and causing all of the problems that it is causing. We've seen worse, that's for sure. I know that for a fact. So this is the brook here at Boona, rising quickly. It's now 2 metres. The bridge is 5. It doesn't have Considering the rainfall that we've seen, it doesn't have far to go until it gets up towards the minor flood level. Major flooding won't occur. We need a lot more rainfall over a longer period of time for major flooding to occur. Extremely low clouds in the Brisbane area. But wow, that is incredible. And then up here at Harrisville here, this is at Peak Crossing. Again, road flooded. Actually, that's been flooded for a while. Oh, that's been flooded all day. Okay, so there's nothing concerning there. But there's still, we've had a bit of a water level rise at the Peak Crossing webcam. Okay, so this is the latest imagery now from the Boona one. Road closed over 1/2 metre now. Water continuing to rise. Oh, it's only going to get worse as well because we've got this rainfall now moving into the Boona area. Typically, flash flooding follows rainfall by about 15 minutes to half an hour. More for tips, which so you can have a rest. There's going to be a little bit more rainfall coming through, but I don't expect anything too crazy to occur in the Ipswich area. But yeah, that flash flooding in Boona is just incredible. That's the worst flash flooding I've seen through southeast Queensland from a severe thunderstorm outbreak, hands down. And it makes sense because these thunderstorms are just so much wetter than standard November thunderstorms. They've got so much more precipitation and so much more moisture in them. The environment is just so favourable for extreme rainfall to occur. Yeah, and it's still continuing to fall around the Boona area, and it's really beginning to develop as well. Right over Boona, jeez. Oh, and it's stalling there as well. Yeah, it's not moving. And I mean, they've got this stuff out at Aratula as well, which is over Mount Edwards right now. And that's going to move into the Boona area even as this one moves off. So there's going to be more rainfall behind it. This is, by pretty much all measurements, an emergency for Boona. This is a flash flooding emergency unfolding right now. And I believe we're going to have similar situations further north if further thunderstorm activity continues to develop inland. We've got another storm that's going to pass just north of Kilcoy here. And this one's going to go into the Beerwah and Beerburrum area. And we've had some significant rainfall already between Caloundra and Maroochydore. They're not flooding yet, but they will be at a risk of flooding if these accumulations continue. And actually, just to have a look at these webcams here, this is the airport, which doesn't look too badly affected right now. I think the airport got off relatively unscathed. And then this is in Maroochydore. I'm not seeing anything. I mean, it's pretty average viewing conditions out here. This is another bridge down here, actually, at Kilcoy. It's very, very difficult to tell, but there is a bit of a rise in the river there on the latest frames. It's not a big one, though, so Kilcoy flash flooding doesn't look like it's been too much of a problem there. They kind of dodged it, though. Kilcoy really did, for all intents and purposes, dodge the worst of that rainfall. And then out here, this is just outside of Linville. I'm not seeing any rise in water levels today. Maybe a little bit, but yeah, honestly, that doesn't look like too much. So yeah, flash flooding is kind of only occurring right now through the Boona area, which, I mean, as you would expect with the type of rainfall that's absolutely pouring into Boona. Whereabouts is that webcam? I believe it would be over the Treviot Brook, like right here. Oh, it's actually one of the adjacent brooks that flows through Boona here, so one of the drains. So imagine what the Teviot Brook looks like, or whatever it's called. Lightning just hit a power line in the South Gold Coast. Yeah, pretty standard stuff. Here we go, got South Gold Coast through here. Just moving in towards Burleigh Heads. Honestly, if this rainfall can keep holding strong like it is right now, it may make it out towards Bow Desert, which would cause even more problems up there. More storms tomorrow morning, possible on the North Gold Coast, yeah. Salt Gully. Righto. The rainfall is still really intense, and in fact, just outside of Curlbin right now, there's a bit of a rotation developing here. It's kind of the same wind speed, so I wouldn't be worried about that at all. Not a rotating thunderstorm, but yeah, got a bit of hail in that one there, likely. The Stanthorpe one, or the one that's north of Stanthorpe here, that's got some large hail in it, definitely 4 centimetres plus, I would say. And then the Texas storm. Why are we looking at the Brisbane radar for the Texas storm? Got some large hailstones there, 69 decibels. And some pretty big hail as well on the storms further out towards the west of those. Yeah, for the most part, it's just really intense rainfall that we're concerned about right now. Jeez, it does not get much worse than this. I'm going to be refreshing this page like crazy. Alright, so we should have a severe thunderstorm warning update as well. Not quite yet. Definitely should have a rainfall update. Those major flood warning markers as well, they're just duds. Not yet for Boona. Still at 45 millimetres, but the last 1 hour rainfalls, they'll be beginning to catch up very soon. Whew. Any more hail for Clifton tonight or tomorrow? If there is hail, it's going to be small. So non-concerning. But there could be some more. God, absolutely thumping down in Boona it would be. Little spot of 100 millimetres outside of Beaudesert, that doesn't surprise me, and swathes of 100 plus between Cromhurst and Caloundra and Maroochydore. Gander, Eidsvold area, anything to watch? It'll be fizzling out by the time it gets up there. Nothing at all to really watch or keep an eye on. Check the Boona cam. Trent Moore from Southeast Storm Chasers. So this is our latest footage from it. Yeah, I know, it is absolutely incredible at Salt Gully. And it's picking up as well. It's at least 400 mil over the road. And you can still see it teeming down here as well. So it's only going to get worse for Boona by the looks of things. Far out. That is mental. I mean, that is, for all intents and purposes, crazy. Just super, super, super big flooding. Oh, I can't wait for the next image to come out of this camera here. Absolute carnage. So it's up to the keep left sign here, which you can see is substantially elevated when it's dry. Takes a lot of rainfall to do that. Southeast Queensland is built for floods as well, so when they flood, you know you've had some pretty serious rainfall. Coral Bin getting smashed with rainfall as well. Lara Vale about 5 minutes to being smashed with rainfall. And then into Beaudesert, you're probably about 15-20 minutes away if this thunderstorm can hold on. Which is looking likely it's going to as well. Dalby later today, not likely anything significant, just a bit of rainfall coming through from that squall line developing towards the west. That road all the way, oh, bloody ads, go under in the heavy rain. Yeah, it sure does. Wow. It looks like the storm situation further north is beginning to ease off as well. These thunderstorms here are really beginning to weaken off. We've still got that strong one here outside of Kilcoy, and that's likely to cross over into the Maroochydore and the Caloundra area, but it'll upscale by then. Heavy rainfall is still a possibility. The more concerning stuff is honestly these thunderstorms out here, which have some pretty strong wind gusts, all things considered. Let's go and have a look at the Taroom radar and see if we can see how strong... Oh, yeah, wow. Yeah, 70 to 90 kilometers an hour, I would say. Maybe an embedded supercell here just towards the north of Yaliba. Looks like it. But for the most part, this is just one big gust front with quite a lot of associated heavy rainfall and definitely some strong wind gusts. Oh, another strong storm developing up here outside of Cherbourg. This is going to go into Goomeri by the looks of things. Strong winds. Yeah. Might pass just to the north of Goomeri, but we'll still see that hail core clip the town at the very least. So Goomeri, probably a good idea to go and move the car inside now. How's Nambour faring? I believe fine. I'll check on Nambour in a sec. Crazy. Crazy down in Boona. Didn't expect to see that today. I knew we'd be seeing flash flooding, but I didn't expect it to be that nuts. That really is something. No update on it. Yeah, that's just get used to it. I'm going to be checking this very frequently. And then this is the east of Boona here, town of Cottesloe. So this is the webcam here. You can just see how much water is on the ground. They've had some extremely heavy precipitation there as well. But it looks like that Aratula storm is going to pass towards the north of Boona. It will clip Boona, and there will be another uptick in rainfall for the Boona area, but the worst bit is going to pass towards the north. Teviot Brook just updated. Well, we're getting some big accumulations now down in this part of... Binnaburra's had 67 millimetres now. Since 9am, Binnaburra's now cracked over the triple figures, 106 mil there. Boona, 55 millimetres. Coralbin hasn't updated just yet. Teviot Brook. Oh yeah, that's rising quick. That is rising very quick. I expect the Teviot Brook to peak at 3 metres. Definitely going to get close to minor flooding, so watch that very closely. 87 millimetres at West Boona. Wow. This is intense rainfall that's coming down. This is extremely intense rainfall. 5:36 PM. That is nearly an hour old. Wonder if Bomb's given us an update to the forecast as well. No, they're still calling for giant hailstones, believe it or not. That was at... yeah. It was a good while ago now. That was at least an hour and a half ago. Crystal ball down to Lismore. Probably not. Later tonight. We'll see some upscaled stuff, so just expect a bit of rainfall and maybe some lightning. But yeah, I don't expect much to go down into the Lismore area, that's for sure. Not at this point in time, indeed. Yeah, there is so much rain coming through. Goomeri is only a bit southwest of Gayndah. A lot of black clouds to the south. Yeah, hopefully something comes through up there. We've got lots and lots of thunderstorm activity up here, and we've still got that strong thunderstorm now around the Goomeri area. That is quite powerful indeed. Definitely one that is packing a punch. Teviot crossing height. All right, just give me a hot second. I'll load that up. Oh, we've now got triple figure accumulations on the Sunshine Coast. Mountain Creek, 106 millimetres. It still hasn't updated. Oh, look at the rise here. It's jumped a metre at Teviot Brook. Wow, very quick. Extremely quick rise, that is. And then this is at Boona. Yeah, still not seeing any rise on that. So Teviot crossing at Boona this is, and we don't have an update on this one just yet. But that is some crazy flooding developing, or crazy flooding in the making. And our Brisbane cam, sun is going down, but you can see just the thick black clouds behind this puffy stuff over here. Boona would be down about here, I would say. That's where the worst of the stuff is happening. You can't see it because it's behind my mug. But just towards the left of the skyline. Rainfall is now easing off for Boona though. No update just yet on this webcam. Oh, look at it. Wow. So this is the latest imagery here at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard. So this is just a few minutes ago. So we're up to, well, it's kind of curving around the 0.4 here. So we're up to about 0.5 meters, so 500 mil above the road. And this is a gully, by the way. This is a drain. This isn't a river. This is a drain. Getting close to the curb here on the keep left side. Obviously, they've shut the road, as they should. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this sign here, the school zone sign, failed. I have to save that. That is incredible what we're seeing here. I never thought that I'd see flash flooding like this from a thunderstorm. This is cyclone flash flooding. This is the stuff that we see from tropical cyclones or rainfall events. Anyways, for those wondering, this is Brisbane's squall line now in the making. This is going to push up in towards the Brisbane area in the next couple of hours. Obviously, we're not going to see anywhere near this type of rainfall that the Boona area has seen, but we're still going to see some pretty heavy rainfall. Good thunderstorms expected out here too, as they push into the Brisbane area. Big thunder over the Gold Coast. Yeah, this would be from that Bow Desert storm. That's really churning away. Still no update on the Boona one at Teviot Brook. And no update either on this one. Bremer River is under a warning. Thank you for the generous donation there as well. So 61 millimetres at the Mount Berryman Road in the 30 minutes to 9 a.m. 2 millimetres a minute. Wow. Oh, that was earlier, and they've just capsed it now. So then this one here is 1 hour, 56 millimetres. That is not the extent of the rainfall, by the way. This is the biggest observations that BOM has been able to pull together. The rainfall has been much, much, much heavier than this. We don't get this sort of flooding at 50 millimetres an hour. We get this at talking around the 150 to 200 millimetres an hour. I'm not saying that we've had 200 millimetres of rainfall so far, but there's definitely places that picked up over 100 millimetres in the last hour alone outside of Boona. That goes without saying. And then, yeah, this is just at the Teviot Brook here. So, yeah, this has jumped, what's that, about 1.25 to 2.25. This has jumped a metre in the last 15 minutes or so. And it's showing no signs of slowing down. You extrapolate this, this will be at the bridge in about 45 minutes or so. I know river levels don't rise linearly, but, yeah. 101 mil at Maroochydore, yeah, big rainfall up there. At Maleny, a couple of thunderstorms still in the vicinity. You've actually got one that's moving, I believe, up to Maleny, or it's just part. Oh, Maleny's down here. You got one coming in about 15 minutes or so for Maleny. It's not one that I'd be worried about, though. There's very likely just some heavy rainfall, and that's it. You're safe. You're safe on the Gold Coast. There is some heavy rainfall coming through, but it's not going to be like the Boona stuff or the rainfall that we're seeing right now around the Boona area. That is just an extreme example of precipitation. Just nuts. Some of that precipitation that's developed around the Boona area, truly, truly nuts. In a few spots, beggars belief. If you are brand new to the channel as well, consider subscribing and also leave a like on the stream. Be massively appreciated if you can. Yeah, but just crazy the extent of this flooding. I didn't expect it to be anywhere near this bad at all. That's for sure. It's just crazy how much water. Yeah, it's just streets of water it is. We should have an update now, 2 minutes ago. Oh, wow. I think this is a photo that we're just looking at, but yeah. It's rising. It looks like it might be stopping now, though. Whilst the water is... yeah, I think it is stopping. I think the rising is now coming to an end. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Woombye river plots are all broken right now. So yeah. Okay, so the river level rising at that spot there that we're just looking at is done and dusted. So the river shouldn't rise, or that drain that we're looking at shouldn't rise anymore. But we'll keep an eye on it still, that's for sure. Boona, still no update on the rainfall situation there. Last 1 hour at 36 mil there, and then Binnaburra 67 mil. That's what we've been looking at for the last while. But yeah, in all honesty, this risk of severe thunderstorms, minus the kind of anomaly that we're seeing outside of Boona right now, really beginning to drop off across southeastern Queensland. It's your garden variety stuff from this point onwards. Still some significant stuff, and certainly some stuff worth looking at. 30 mil at Tambo. Yeah, it's a good storm looking. I forget where Tambo is. It's somewhere in this area here. Oh, Tambo's well out here, isn't it? I'll find it eventually. But yeah, in all seriousness, this thunderstorm risk is now beginning to drop off a little bit. For Brisbane tonight, dangerous severe thunderstorms are not expected to occur. Strong severe thunderstorms are still possible, and heavy rainfall is certainly still possible. The risk of flash flooding is going to continue. Major flooding is not expected. The flooding at Boona is likely to be the worst that we're seeing right now. South of Esk, yeah, that's what we've been tracking for the last hour. It's been crazy down here. That's what's caused all of that flooding. And yeah, I mean, looking at the Brisbane live cam right now, yeah, looking a lot tamer. Looking quite a lot tamer right now. Yeah, if we do see hail, it's going to be around that 1 centimetre mark. It's not going to be anything bigger. Alright, so one last look at the reflectivity on the Gympie one. Just checking back in on this thunderstorm up here. Now, again, like, calling any of these thunderstorms apart from the... Okay, so the latest updates kind of dropped all of our severe thunderstorm warnings up on the Noosa area. I don't get why they've got a damaging wind threat. So Noosa's going to miss it. Maroochydore and Caloundra, there could be a bit of a thunderstorm later. That could bring some heavy rainfall, but yeah, that's going to be it. 83 mil at Bow Desert. Wow. It continues. Oh, so the last 1 hour has brought... Look at this. 87 mil at... I think we need to reload this. This isn't working properly. I'll have to wait a few more minutes and get that all to come through. Keen for a light show. There's lots of thunderstorms out there, so you should get your light show, that's for sure. Yeah, bomb updated at storm warning. We just had a look at the storm warning. Yeah. Nothing to be overly concerned about. Mainly a bit of a heavy rainfall risk. It's all rainfall, honestly, apart from that 7 centimetre hailstones, the hailstones, not the asteroids, that fell over in New South Wales. There's really not much of a concern. And yeah, I mean, Boona has just copped a hiding. Just to see if we can get an update here on these rivers. They're going to be pretty slow to update, I reckon. We'll check back in on that shortly. But yeah, for the most part, this thunderstorm risk is now beginning to dwindle down. These storms here are moving off in this direction here. So we're talking about north, maybe North Gold Coast. Definitely Gold Coast hinterland and Scenic Rim. Kind of in this area here, strong storm potential. And then this big squall here, what we're going to see with this line of storms is it all kind of joining up and heading through here. And then later in the night, it's going to actually dive down a little bit more. And then after about midnight, we're going to see a thunderstorm risk begin to increase through parts of southeastern Queensland once again. Not a major risk, but yeah, there will be a bit of a risk down there. Yeah, it would be good to see some rainfall in the Tamborine Mountain area, but again, we don't want too much of the stuff. It would be good to see a little bit of rainfall around the Tamborine Mountain area, that's for sure. Yeah. Any more questions? Southport, yeah, probably just a little bit of heavy rainfall later today. Nothing too crazy coming through. This should be it. Ben, will Harvey Bay see the central Queensland storm? It should be completely shot by the time it gets itself up towards Harvey Bay. Yeah, not a chance it sees. It's not going to see that thunderstorm in any significant capacity. So yeah, nothing to worry about up in Harvey Bay. You may get a light show if you look south, but I really don't expect anything too flash at all in Harvey Bay. Couple of drops of rainfall here and there, maybe a strong wind gust or two, but yeah, nothing in the way of significant thunderstorm there. 111 mil at Coral Bin, 142 millimeters at Binnaburra. That's incredible for thunderstorms. Yeah, we're talking about rainfall, depression type rainfall now. 101 outside of Caloundra, 108 outside of Maroochydore. Boona has had 61 millimeters. And if we're looking at rainfall accumulations in the last hour, Binnaburra has had 103 millimeters. That's ridiculous. Extreme rainfall. And on that note, with this severe thunderstorm threat now beginning to ease off, I'm going to end this live stream. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. All of the new channel sponsors and channel members, thank you so much for joining and being a part. And thank you, of course, to our major sponsor, number one computer shop in Ipswich. Go and check them out. Support those that support us, or me. Check out my Facebook page as well. That will be massively appreciated. If you go over there and follow, and I'll have a little bit of a documentation on what we've seen so far, especially in terms of the flooding through the Boona area. And of course, a thank you. I can't not end the stream without a thank you to Chunky Monkey for the extremely generous support and all of the new channel sponsors that he has gifted. Thank you so much to everybody who has joined in as well, and to our channel moderators, Catatonic, Jeremy, and Moonlight. Massively appreciated to all of their support as well. But that is going to do it for today's live coverage on these severe thunderstorms. and I will catch you all in the next storm.